Hello, hello. This is Meri at the.meri.atelier, and yeah, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that word right. There's 10 million different pronunciations for it. Atelier, 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 atelier. Well, it's Meri. I love the word, but I can't pronounce the Latin version of it or the French version to everyone's suitability, so I say atelier. All right, so let me go out here to my channel. We've got things to do tonight. Let me go to the live chat. Hi, Pam. Welcome, welcome, Pam. Let me skip my ads. Looks like my camera is a little crooked. I don't see it above, but I see it here. Maybe a little more like that. And maybe zoomed in just a teeny bit more. It's hard, whoops. It's hard to get this set with my just pinching on my phone. Hi, Sherry Van. Hi, Joyce Boring. How is that? Is that a little better? That's a little better. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me refresh chat over here. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my desk. Hi, Angie. Hi, Jill. Welcome, welcome. Let me set the quality up from 480 to 720. So tonight I have several things I want to do. I made a list, but the first one is to stuff and stitch the pumpkin. And well, we're going to stuff it at least. And stitches, Penelope's here. I'm crocheting this pumpkin according to a pattern on Crochet Crowd by Mikey, I believe. It's Mikey did this pattern. This is the small version that I'm using really thick yarn. It's kind of like 3 different plies of a variegated yarn, but I really like it. And I think I'm going to have enough to finish it off. Now, oh, and then I have in here some, I was playing with the Tunisian stitch with the regular basic stitch and the purl. I think I like that. You know what I like about mixing those 2 stitches, the purl and the basic, is that it lays nice and flat, because you're taking the stitch on the front, which is your Tunisian basic stitch here, and then on the back is, you see the purl is inside here, and that causes it to lay a lot more flat. You know, this would make a very pretty sweater, wouldn't it? A very pretty sweater. But that isn't the stitch we're working on this week. I think episode 10, Becky is doing she called it the grid stitch. And I'm not sure I'm doing it right. It looks like a grid to me, but Becky's has more open spaces. Maybe she's using a finer yarn than I am. I finally went to a yarn that's not fuzzy. And let's see. I have, well, now this I did differently, but I've been playing with doing some stitching. This is just a little sample. And this looks like a grid stitch. I mean, you can see where I put the X's in the grid, here and here, you know, each little point where the thread, the white X goes down into like a grid. But I'm not sure that I followed the instructions exactly. But I suppose if it's pretty, who cares? So I saved this as a sample, and I'm still working on my larger piece. Now this piece, I ended both ends fairly nice, that I only did 10 stitches. On the piece I'm doing now, it's going kind of wonky, and I still have the same count as stitches, but if I pull it that way, you know, if I block it out, it looks okay on the one I'm doing now. This one is laying nice and flat, but I am working on it. I figure, hey, if I play enough, I'll eventually get it. Hi, Janet Baum. Welcome. Hi, Becky. Yeah, Becky, that grid stitch is interesting. I did search for the grid, Tunisian grid, and I didn't find anything. Well, I found a title that said grid, but when you actually look at the video, I don't even know whose channel it is. When you actually look at the video, there's no grid stitch mentioned. So I'm not sure if she was using grid stitches as an overall. She had 5 different stitches, and I don't know if she was just categorizing those under grid. Hi, Ruth. Did I see Rhonda come in too? Rhonda, how have you been? We've been wondering about you. I think Arlene asked about you. She said, how's Rhonda doing? How's your sister doing? Rhonda's brother-in-law passed away, so Rhonda's family has been going through quite a bit. Hi, Elvis. Let's see. Did I get everybody? Let's go up to the top. Pam, Sherry Van, Joyce Boring, Angie, Jill, Ruth Lamb, Rhonda, and Janet. Janet says, hello, ladies. And Aunt Beck says, hi, all. Welcome, welcome, everybody. There's Mina. Hi, Mina. Pam says, okay, Angie, I bet whatever it is, it will be fabulous. Oh, Mina has no sound. Rhonda said, honestly, it's been rough. Oh, Rhonda. I figured you are in our prayers, Rhonda. Your whole family are in our prayers. Sometimes life is just not fair. Mina says, better. I have sound now. Well, you are in our prayers, and your sister and your entire family is in our prayers. Let's turn this just a little bit more, if I can. That way. I was playing with my camera today. I still have to zoom in when I come in. And there should be a way I can set this video so that it doesn't show the big view. I went from the full screen. I set it to the video setting. And then I went from the full screen to a ratio of 9:16. But it's still, as I come into YouTube, it shows everything, and I have to zoom in and set it. And I can't set it before I get in, so I'm jiggling things around. Okay. Well, so that's my Tunisian crochet. I've got some on the hook now, but I've been practicing just the regular stitches too, because I do want to get better. And I'm working on, this one isn't perfect yet. It seems like the side that I don't start on, well, although I did change colors here, and that worked well. I wove this one under here. No, did I change colors on this, or was this the color of the yarn? No, I think I honestly changed colors. I can't remember. I do think I made a color change here because I wove it in. I wove it up right here. And that's how come it looks a little ragged there. I pulled it up there. And I was watching YouTube. Let me see if I can get that in my, I think I've got it in my library. Let me show it to you. Let's see. Let me go to history and grab the link. Here it is. Let me grab this link. This is a link off of Crochet Crowd. Now let me come back into chat. Whoops. Live chat. Okay, let me type. One finger typing here. Hold on. And let's put in Crochet Crowd. And this is, I'm going to put C to C, which stands for corner to corner. And Becky has done several corner-to-corner Afghans. However, this one shows how to read a chart with a design in it, like a big old teddy bear, and how to crochet a corner-to-corner Afghan and put a design in it. And I'm going to redesign Penelope, and I'd love to get her in a corner-to-corner Afghan. But for those of you that are interested, it is not difficult, especially if you do cross stitch or any type of needlework and you're used to reading the blocks. Actually, each little corner-to-corner square that you crochet, you could consider a needlework block, where, like I did a cross stitch on this guy. This would be considered a block on a corner-to-corner Afghan. And you just work it. You work it in the diagonal. You work it like this. And once you change your color, say that I've done 1, 2. Well, actually, this one goes, say these are not colored. Say I'm beginning there with just a line going up in a dark blue. I'd work these, and then I'd turn around, come back, work these two in my brown, and then add on my color here. And Mike at Mikey at Crochet Crowd calls them, what do you call them? Bobbins. So you're crocheting with this color. You start off with that color. When you make your color change over here, just pretend these two blocks are tan, not colored, because you do your color change here, that's on a different skein or a different bobbin. Then when you come back over to do your last block over here, and those of you who do corner to corner know what I'm talking about, you don't use this bobbin. You have another bobbin of the same color as this. So you're working off of 3 different bobbins. But it's really easy when you see it. And he recommends that you do not have a lot of colors, 2, maybe 3 colors at the most. I think 2 colors. And I would probably do her in, well, a tan color background, and then and it probably would do the face different, a velvet color. And I wouldn't have all the pins and all that on there. But it might be fun to do. And then when you get over to this grid stitch, I'm going to start playing with embroidering on the crochet blocks. And I'm not sure I did this grid stitch the same way as Becky did, but I see the grids. And let's see if there's a white piece of paper here. Let me get this one out. Oh, I could have a craft lunch if I'm not careful. I haven't learned to straighten all this out yet. Let's put this white under here. When I stretch this, you can see the grids. And so I know, I think I'm using a heavier yarn. I did go to a wider needle on this. I went to a 5.0 needle on this, but this I think is a heavier yarn than what Becky is using. So I think my grids tend to blend in. If I was using a thinner yarn. So that's my Tunisian fun. But now I'm also doing the pumpkin, which kind of got smashed here. And I'm ready to stuff it. And I found this lining out of a coat. And I ripped the lining out and I ripped it all apart. And I'm going to put it in here so when I stuff it, none of the white stuffing will show through. Now, he does talk about not stuffing it really tight. He says if you stuff it real tight, that white stuffing has a tendency to show through. But I said, I'm going to line mine. So that's what I did. I just pulled that lining, and this happens to be the back of the coat. Becky says, thanks again to my secret gifty scissors for the Prismacolor new pastels. Becky, that wasn't me. I'm just telling you right now. It wasn't Meri. However, I would say, if you have a mind to thank Becky for all her hard work, I would tell you to go out and check Becky's wish list, because and I don't know how much Becky's so humble. Scott's going through a period of unemployment, and you know what? If there's one thing that I understand somebody's troubles on, it is unemployment. I have been there. And when I was a contract programmer, and when you work under contract as a contract programmer, you aren't a company employee. And you know, your contract can last anywhere from 1 week to 3 years. And generally it's about 6 or 9 months. I think the longest my contracts lasted, though, I think I worked like 2.5, 3 years for a company in Wisconsin. And then I went and worked as a full-time employee for an insurance company. And then I got another contract at that other company that I worked 2.5 years for. And then the contracts kind of ran dry around 2011, 12. They were outsourcing an awful lot. All the companies were. I don't know what they're doing now. I'm just glad I'm out of it. Let's see what's going on in here. I think this is where it's starting to overlap. And all I'm doing here is kind of stuffing that lining down in here so that when I put in my white, and I'm just going to, right now I'm just putting it in with bobby pins to hold it. And this isn't done. See, I have my loop here. Once I get my stuffing in there, then I'm going to continue on. And what you do here to make it curve in is you start between each one of these, where there's single crochets here, there's 2 single crochets. That's what's making the ridges. Well, between each section here, you start decreasing your stitches in, and that's what makes your pumpkin take its shape. Now I'm just holding that. Bobby pins come in handy. And what I have here is some polyfill, and it's in a row. It's not in, but I'm just going to pull it off. It's not in a, and I'm just going to stuff my pumpkin. And I think I'm going to stuff mine a little bit tighter than he did. He said just stuff it enough to keep its shape, but I want mine to be fairly full, and that's why I put that lining in there, because with that lining locked in there for now with my bobby pins, I can always take those out. Let's see. Becky said most places now are hiring through temp agencies. Yeah. Then if the place decides to keep you after 90 days, you get on by the company. Yeah. That's kind of with contract programmers too, but I think it was when you went in as a contract programmer a few years ago, a little bit different a few years ago. These companies, they're doing what they have to do to survive. You have to give them credit for that. They're trying to survive too. And you know, with the economy the way it is now, and I'm just glad that I'm retired. I'm glad I'm retired. Rhonda says, Becky, my husband was out of work for over 2 years, so I understand. Yeah, I had a really hard time after 2013. I did get a few contracts, but it just eventually dried up. And that's why I'm back in Nebraska. And I think I'm going to probably use most of this because I want mine stuffed. And let's see. I think I pulled this out of this one. I'm going to put this bobby pin back in. So now I'm just going to kind of leave it like this for now. I think it's stuffed pretty good. It isn't tight, but you can see the form of the pumpkin. And I think I want it to sit a little different here. And then I'll keep crocheting until it closes up, and then you put a stem in it. So this was, if you want to see the video for this, this is not the Tunisian pumpkin. This is another one that just uses, well, it uses the single crochet to make these ridges here, and double crochets and closed double crochets. When you start closing it up, you start decreasing by putting, I think he put 2 singles, a double, 2 doubles in one hole, 3 doubles, 2 doubles in one hole, a single, and then a double, a single double, 1 double, and then we're back to 2 singles again. That's how he's closing it up. But all this in here is double crocheted. So it's a fairly easy stitch, pumpkin. But just go to crochet crowd, and search for pumpkins. And you'll see this pattern, and then you'll see his Tunisian. And Becky said she tried the Tunisian crochet one and didn't really like it, I think. I'll let her address that. I think she said she couldn't wrap her head around it. I didn't try the Tunisian crochet one. This one's good enough for me. And everything that I got at Hobby Lobby on my last Thursday, on my trip last Thursday, is still out in the car. I haven't brought it in yet. So that's all I want to do to stuff this. See, it starts out on the bottom here, and he has 5 sections. He's got double crochets, single crochets, double crochets, and he has 5 sections, and then he just carries that on in his pattern. And I'm fairly happy with it. Now, this looks fairly large. This is about, it's about 9 inches tall, and maybe about, what? Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe about 10 inches wide, depending on which way you push it. And then it'll close up in here. And I'm just going to crochet this so it'll have a closed top. And of course, here's my ball. I'll work on that coming up. Not here. So I just have a little bit of stuffing left. And we got the gnomes. I'm going to work on the gnomes, but I'm painting plaid. And let me show you how that ended up after it dried. I'm going to do some on watercolor paper. Let's see if I can get to it here. I took it off my desk. Well, let's see. Oh, there's something else I think I'll show you. I've been debating. Let me cross this off. Stuff the pumpkin. I've been debating whether to show you this or not. But I think I'm going to show it to you. This is for Janet Young's zine swap. It doesn't have to be mailed into her. Well, it has to be into her by September 15th, I believe. And the theme is Mother Goose. And so I went to Wiki, and I wikied. I did a wiki on Mother Goose because I kind of wanted to see where it all started. And I think we talked about this before. And it's the Grimm brothers out there have Mother Goose, but they got it from an Italian guy. And here I thought it was Hans Christian Andersen. That shows you how much I know about Mother Goose. I know the Mother Goose stories, but he had 8 original stories. This guy, it was in the 1600s, 8 original stories in the original Italian authors, Charles Perrault. And let me go to my, I was out on the front porch, and let me get to my list here without showing you everything I want to show you right away. I'll put that there. Whoops, no, that's not it. Well, I guess I should just show you and be happy about it, but I wanted to show you in steps here. Hold on. Where are my list of 8? Here they are. So I have to cover this up. All right. So here are the original Mother Goose, and the guy is Charles Perrault. Thank you, Becky. She says, great pumpkin. Becky said, I got my 4th try loaded on the hook, but we'll wait until morning to start. What is that for, Beck? Oh, the Tunisian one? The Tunisian pumpkin? Hi, Angie. Welcome, Angie. So these are the 8 stories in his original Mother Goose. I think I wrote down 1609. I'm not sure what I wrote down there. I don't have a date here. But on page 1, I'm going to put Mother Goose and the Golden Egg. Now, the Golden Egg, the Mother Goose and the Golden Egg is the name of his original book, I believe. Only it was in Italian, and they translated it. It's translated version. But the stories are Sleeping Beauty, Little Red Riding Hood, Bluebeard, which I never knew the story of Bluebeard until I read it here. I knew it was out there, but I thought Bluebeard was like a pirate, you know, something like Johnny Depp's character. Puss in the Boots, The Fairies, I need to read that one. Cinderella, I know. Ricky of the Tuft, I don't know what that is, and Little Thumb. So, but what I found interesting, now I know Sleeping Beauty, but Little Red Riding Hood, how much I'd forgotten. The wolf, you know, is really vicious, these Mother Goose fairy tales. The wolf eats the grandmother, and then the wolf ends up eating Little Red Riding Hood. I'm not going to read that one to any young kid. That mean old wolf. But then in the footnotes, it noted that he was giving that as a warning to pretty young ladies to watch out for the wolves out there. And we all know what that means, that there are people with bad intentions. But the wolf ends up eating the grandma first, and then he dresses up as a grandma and ends up eating Little Red Riding Hood. I'm going, yikes! No wonder I don't know too much about it. Maybe my mother didn't read me that one. And then Bluebeard, I thought was very interesting because I think that he wanted to marry there were 2 sisters, and the older sister, I think, refused to marry him, but the young sister married Bluebeard, and they called him Bluebeard because he was married 7 or 8 times before, but his wives kind of disappeared, and he didn't stay married very long, let's put it that way. And but his beard was so blue, I guess it must have really been obnoxious. People didn't, he didn't have very many friends because of his blue beard. But anyway, the younger sister decided to marry him, and she married him, and he decided to go off on a trip, and he said, he's a very rich guy, and he decided to go off on a trip, and he gave his new wife, the younger sister, a set of keys. And he said, you can go into all the rooms and enjoy all the luxuries and all that. So, but there's one room you can't go into, the secret little closet. And I'm going, uh-oh, I have a secret room. I didn't have a key though. Well, you know what happened. She went into there, and when she opened it up, she saw all the former wives and all this blood, dried blood. And of course, he had done away with his former wives. Well, she got blood on the key that he'd given her. He gave her the key. Why in the world did he give her the key to the secret room? You know, I'm going, he should have kept that key. You know, why did he tempt her like that? But I had a laugh because I'm calling my little room off of to my stash room here, the secret room. I think he called it, the story called it a secret little closet. But anyway, he came home and, you know, he said, well, since you know about my 7 former lives and what happened to him, you're going to suffer the same fate. And she somehow, I guess her sister must have been there because she told her sister to call her brothers. And she said, watch out for my brothers, see if they're going to come save me. And she had to do that several times. Did you see my brothers coming yet? Did you see my brothers come? No, nobody's coming. No. And finally they came and they did away with Bluebeard. And that one at least had a happy ending. But what a gory fairy tale. Hi, Nettie. Yeah, Becky she says, I'm doing the Tunisian pumpkin. I got my 4th try loaded on the hook, but I'm going to wait till morning to start. Yeah, wait until your mind is nice and fresh, Becky. So, Sleeping Beauty, Little Red Riding Hood, Puss in the Boots, the Fairies, there's 8 stories in there. Now, a zine has 8 pages once you fold it all up. It has 8 pages. Well, Mother Goose and the Golden Egg is not included in the story. It's really the title, I think, of his book, or similar to the title of his book in Italian or French or whatever it's written in. So I would have 7 pages, but then on the back you usually put your documentation. So that means 6 pages. That means I'm not going to have 2 stories, or maybe I can put 2 stories on 1 page somehow and work it so I get all the original stories. Now, let me show you what I'm going to do. This is my first page rough sketch. Now, let me show you the pattern here. I've actually made a pattern like that off of this. And here's my zine. I did a cutout. I folded my zine all up. Let's open it up. I made the zine square like it should be. Let me move this now. Let me just put it over here. See, I even numbered my pages, so I knew which would be the first and the second. And I'm going, well, I cut it while it was all closed. Are my geese going to be facing the right way? And by golly, they are. Because when you open it up, and it does open like this, see, here's the center cut is right in here. And these geese are facing this way, and those geese are facing that way. And let me turn it where the numbers are. My 1 is there, my 2 is there, the way I folded this one. But when you fold it up and do, you know, grab a hold of these 2 and close it that way, and close it this way, this is what the zine is going to look like. Now, I do think I'm going to have to, because I think I'm going to have to tape or glue these 2 together to close it up. And so when you go to the center pages, 1 goose faces that way and 1 goose faces that way, which I think is cool. So this is going to be a fun little zine to make. I was really happy with how this turned out. Now, the first page is going to be Mother Goose and the Golden Egg. I'm going to put a moon up here, and I got a quote. The quote off of there's a link to the Mother Goose. There's a link to his original story. But the quote on the Mother Goose and the Golden Egg says, that I'm going to use, says, Jack's mother came in and caught the goose soon and mounted its back and flew off to the moon. So this is very scratchy in here, but I want to be Mother Goose riding, yeah, Mother Goose riding the goose, and the moon's up here. And I squeezed this quote in there. I'm not sure. I'm going to do it in handwriting. So that's going to be the first page. And then I have a page here where I'm planning out the second page, the third page, page 4, and I'm going to plan out each little story here until I get to the last page's documentation. And then I'm going, well, my Mother Goose face over here, I had trouble putting her face on here. She's just so tiny. So I said, I got to practice sketching Mother Goose. So this is what I did out on the front porch. I sketched the head of Mother Goose, and then I said, well, that's fine large. Now I got to make it smaller. And I'm getting there. You know, so now, and then I've got to get the goose flying off that way, and the moon and the words. So that's what I'm working on with the zine. And I wasn't going to do it until I got this done, and I'm going, this is going to be fun. I would like to paint the goose gold like this, but and this is not sticky here, but I'm afraid that if I do, this is an old page, and I'm afraid if I put gold metallic paint on here that it'll stick together, so I'm not going to bother with that. I think I'm going to leave my goose white, and I'm not even going to watercolor around the edge, especially the edge of the page itself, because when you do that, we're sending in copies, we're not sending the original, and whenever I take it off, I still see a border. I'm going to try the borderless print. We'll see. I'm wary that I'm going to get the borderless print, the border, the white border on that. I'll have to experiment with that. But I've been out on the front porch playing yesterday. That's what I did yesterday instead of going shopping. And here's another thing I want to share with you. Let me put this away. Let me put this away. Look, this says official documents. And then I got noted August 2nd, 2022 was Annie V Day in Fibdiggity, just so you know. I got 2 special celebration days, and I'm going to be adding more. Let me put this in here and put this one in here. This is where my geese are going. In there. Now, where was that? The beauty of the world around you. I've been challenging you to observe the beauty of the world around you. And I think, was it Brenda who sent me a picture of, well, her dad, I think, put feed out for the birds, and the bees found the feed, and she sent me a video of the bees swarming around I think it was corn. It was really interesting. I think she posted, did she post it on my page or in Fibdiggity? I can't remember. But here's what I observed from the front porch. Let me put that on there. The beauty of the world around us. And I put the shadow of the hanging planters on the cement floor of the porch. I was sitting out there around 12:31, and the sun was coming from the east, and I have these hanging planters on my porch, and the sun made a really pretty shadow of those planters on the floor. And then I put the mid-morning sun as it hits the hanging ivy. I've got hanging ivy hanging out of those planters. The dried blossom of my hydrangea. I got one hydrangea, and it bloomed. Oh, it bloomed early this spring, but it's drying out now. But it's really pretty. I should go out there and clip it off. And then we've got one black-eyed Susan plant this year. For some reason, they came up all over the place last year, volunteer, but only one came up this year. The mown lawn. I mowed the lawn on Wednesday. And after you mow the lawn, it's so nice just to sit out there and enjoy that short grass. The silver shower vine cascading over the planter. And then a bumblebee came buzzing by. I heard the chirping crickets and the squeaks of the porch swing. You sit in that porch screen and it goes, And I just make that old porch swing sing. I have a peacock chime that is swaying in the wind. It's just a Dollar General purchase. It was on sale. And I have Becky's chimes too. I have Becky's chimes hanging in here this year. I didn't get them out there. But the chimes, I tied them closed so they wouldn't bother the neighbors. The shadow of the green trees and all the different shades of green. The clouds passing over a clear blue sky. I was enjoying the clouds. Of course, I see them between the trees out on the front porch. Then, where did it come from? It's toward the end here. Then, was it before I did these? I think it was before I did these. Oh, here it is. We had a cat that came visit. And those cats, of course, they're doing all sort of movements. And if you ever want to do action sketches, try to sketch a cat. Because he was sitting and looking, and then he reached down and scratched his paws. And here I think he's looking, but then he's walking away here. And these are all little action sketches. I didn't sit there and try to draw him. I just did all the little movements of that cat. Motion sketches of a neighbor's cat who came by for an afternoon stroll. And there they are. Let's see. I've noted here that my Whispering Arrow shawl is almost finished. I'm working on the edge. I'm talking about my Bible study. I bought a Christmas novel out to the porch to read. And you know what it's called? I think I got that out of the box of Mom's books. It's called Christmas Letters. Of course, it's kind of like a romance Christmas novel, but it's called Christmas Letters. I'm going, letters. I love anything that has to do with letters. And then I noted that all my Hobby Lobby purchases and my Dollar Tree purchases are still in the car. I was going to bring them in today, and I didn't get them in yet. I was too lazy today. And then I put pizza for supper tonight. So this is my front porch journal, and it's just made out of scrap papers from around here as I'm working in here. Writing toys. Here's a part of a bag. Tonka trucks. This is out of a book, collector's book. Some scrapbook paper. Here I'm scribbling. There I'm doing dangles of my stamps. Scissors and candy canes and birds. Here's some scribbling. Here's some painty paper. Here I did some punching. Here's some steampunk. Here are some things I need to paste in here yet. Glue in, I guess I should say. So that's just how I make my front porch journals. And I haven't been sitting out there all summer because, my goodness, it's been hot in July. We've had a bit of a reprieve this week, but we're afraid that it's going to get hot again. It'd be nice if it would just say, nope. And it'd be nice if we could get rain. It clouds up and we think it's going to rain, and then it doesn't do a thing. All right, let me go down to the bottom of chat. Becky said, I have mine in my kitchen, Shannon. Let's see, what are we talking about? Art Junkie is Shannon. Shannon says, I have Becky's chimes in my art space. Mine's hanging behind me off the bookcase. I bring them in every year, or I have been, but I forgot to take them out this year. I didn't get my bird bath up. I worked and worked and worked and worked. And my brother yesterday, our tomatoes. Here it is, almost the end of August, and our tomatoes are finally starting to get ripe. Finally. And I had a bacon sandwich tonight with fresh tomatoes. That was yummy. And we've been eating them, but we have more than we can eat. So my brother puts a freestand up on the terrace. We call our south yard between the trees and the road. There's a strip of green there. We call that the terrace. And back by our garden's back here. And right along here, my brother puts up a free stand where he has over the years offered free tomatoes and garden stuff. And I was out on the front porch yesterday, and this man in a car stopped and honked and said, "Thank you, thank you." And at first I didn't know what he meant. And then I realized that he stopped and got some of those tomatoes. And I got up this morning to see if there were any left, and there were some left. And I thought, oh, they're not going to take them all. But then I checked again around noon, and they were all gone. And I told my brother, "Did you see that all your tomatoes that you put out there?" Because he put out there quite a few. And he says, "Yeah, the people next door came over and got them, so yay." Now I got a box of books. I've been carrying books upstairs. I brought another box out. I thought I'd show them to you. This is from the secret room. The books from the secret room. And I always wonder what prompted my mom to buy these. And my brother says, oh, she liked the bargain sales. But this one is Win a Few, Lose a Few, Charlie Brown by Charles M. Schulz. And it's all in cartoon style, if you like cartoons. So there's that one. And then some of these are very interesting. Here's Science Through the Year. It's a science textbook, dated 1950, copyright date. And I don't know if this is worth anything, but you see it's done in 50s style art. And I'm just going to go through these kind of fast. I thought this was maybe Dick, Jane, and Sally. Sally, Dick, Jane, whatever, but I don't think it is. It's in that style again, but it's not a Dick, Jane, Sally book. This is 1962. It's a basic reader. Scott Forsman and Company. Young Citizens of Today, of the Early Days, Wonders of Our Times. So I'm not sure. I don't know about these. They're vintage. That's about all you can say. But I wouldn't think these have too much of a value, but they're very, you want to touch them. And there's quite a few. Here's another one, The New Days and Deeds. This one's neat. Looks like she's on stilts there. He's in a canoe. He's on a horse. It's a reader book. This was from the Zion Lutheran Church in Hastings. Checked out September. Doesn't say what year. Cost is 30 cents. 20 cents. Doesn't say what year. Condition, poor, good, okay, bad, bad, bad. I don't think the condition of this book is bad. Of course, I like distressed stuff, but I don't think this is in a bad condition. What's so bad about this book? It's got some writing here that I can't read. I can't read it. It's something... I'm going to have to take a picture of that and expand it. I can't read that. Too tiny. And here's a space travel. These must be all school books. It looks like they're about junior high school. And I don't think these are such bad shape. Here's Sterling North Rascal. I think that's about a raccoon. Just a reader book. I'm just going to go through these kind of fast. And then I'm going to drag them upstairs. Now this one looks interesting. Oh, this is the Heritage of America. Let me put these behind me because the box is really heavy. I think I'm going to have to take these upstairs in separate piles. But let's look at this Heritage of America. This is cool. Looks like that's Davy Crockett on there. But I think it's all reading. There's no real pictures in there. Ooh, look. There's a June 1842. June of 1842. Is that what this is? Oh, no, this isn't 1842. This was as Harvard, Nebraska. Somebody Pets, P-E-T-T-Z. Let's see. When this was 1951. I don't know what 1842 means. Maybe it's June 18th of 42. I'm not sure what that means. Man, child, brown boy, woman, baby, 2 blue-eyed girls. This is my mom's handwriting. Tall sheep featuring man, the 4th small girl. Alcott sows transcendental wild oats. Let's put it back in here. I'm not sure what that all means. That's from computer paper that came from my doings. This is a front sheet too. Return to main programming after printing table 1. Format. 3x, comma, quote, total non-responses to age question. Total non-response to income question. Total non-responses to income, no income. And this is some formatting up here. I was doing a computer program on that. And at that time, we would print our programs out on this green bar. For our, this is a classroom project thing. But I have no pictures in here. It's all, and you say, where are the pictures? Wait, there's a picture here. And the pictures are in your head. And here, one of Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin. This is a famous picture. I've seen this several times. At Yalta. I think that's the end of World War II. Senator Bora knows more than the State Department. Ha! Elijah Lovejoy is martyred for his abolitionism. Stubb kills a whale. A Yankee privateer captures a prize. Oh, here's another picture. Confederation and the Constitution. Signing the Constitution is a painting by Albert Herter in the Wisconsin State Capitol. Very interesting. I like the cover best of all. Oh, and look at the back here. This would make a really nice art journal. Because look how that spine, look how wide the spine is. And this is what, 1951? This, I might consider gutting this book. This is a fairly recent book. This would make a nice art journal. I'm going to keep this one out. I asked my brother, he said he didn't care what we did with these books. It's all up to me, I guess. And I'm just going to take the ones that don't interest me and put them upstairs. These are textbooks. Going on 10. This is a health book, a puzzle page. This is a child's book. Health and Everyday Living. I guess this is health. What to do for burns and blisters. Let's see if it's got any. Usually if it belongs to a school district, they note it here. But this is copyright of 1946. Trails to Treasure. That's interesting. See, the book is the property of, and I get pupils to whom this textbook is issued must not write on any page or mark it in any way. Mom got this at the Salvation Army. This 50s and 40s style of illustration in here. And did you know that Juanita Sheespin's daughter is a child's book illustrator? I did not know that. I saw it on her video that she put up. Beano, the circus dog. Let me go look at chat here. Mina says, wait, you got Puff. Cheryl said, Barbara, hi Barbara, hi Amber. Mina Puff, let's see, wait, you got Puff. I'm not sure what. That's the story, good story of Rascal is a good story. Barbara says, Dick and Jane, Puff and Spot's father, Zeke, grandmother, grandfather, see Dick run, Dick run. Barbara's reading her Dick, Jane, and Sally books. Crafting House Kitty Jen, hi. Welcome, welcome, Jen. Angie's here. Cheryl's here. Hi, Cheryl. Did I miss saying hello to anybody? If I miss saying hello to you, it's not on purpose. Made by Pam. So sad. Made by Pam says, YouTube doesn't like my last name. That's why I just use my first name. Pam says, I'm not worried about it though, Barbara. But for my channel, I prefer it this way. Yeah. So here's Beano the Circus Dog, another reader book. So these are mostly for young readers, I believe, textbooks. James Gunn, The End of the Dreams, 3 short stories. This doesn't impress me. If you like to read, these are good. My Wide World by Jim McKay. Jim McKay has covered more than 100 different sports in 35 countries and 45 states. So this is probably all about sport. The U.S. Open. The summer begins. Oh, look. Look at these old-time TV screens. These books are, I have to tell you, these books aren't anything I'd read personally. That one history book with the 2.5-inch spine interests me. Winter Gnome, winter comes and goes. Oh, I like the illustrations. And look, they got the borders here. This book is kind of cool. The dentist told me not to leave food between my teeth, said Susan. I had a hole in one of my teeth, said Bob. My tooth hurt. I asked the dentist to fill it, and then it stopped hurting. I have a loose tooth, said Jimmy. Don't go to my dentist. They'll pull your teeth all out. The wind blows. Spring is here. I kind of like that book. This box is filled with these type of books. I'm almost to the bottom of this side. Worlds to Explore. Handbook for Brownie and Junior Girl Scouts. Now this one's interesting. The World of Out of Doors. Worlds Beyond Ours. This is a Girl Scout book. And let's see, there's some more in here. She really packed these in. We Are Neighbors. We Are Neighbors. And this one's damaged. This would make a nice journal too. This would be one I could probably, let's see what year it is. What year is it published? The Gin Basic Readers by David Russell and others. Gin and Company. Copyright. I think it's 1952. It's in the 50s. I can't read it down there. It's too small. It's in the 50s. That type of illustrating was so popular back then in the readers. Silly Mrs. Goose. Silly Mrs. Goose. Three on a Roof. There's the goose there. One day, Mrs. Squirrel was going by Mrs. Goose's house. She was very surprised to see Mrs. Goose sitting on the roof. "What are you doing up there?" called Mrs. Squirrel. She walked over to the house and looked up. "Well, I thought I should like to eat my lunch on the roof today," said Mrs. Goose. "What are you eating?" asked Mrs. Squirrel. "Just bread and butter," said Mrs. Goose. "I have a bottle of milk here," said Mrs. Squirrel. "I will bring it up to you." "Thank you," said Mrs. Goose. "That'll be just fine. There is a ladder at the back of my house. I came up on that." So Mrs. Squirrel climbed the ladder with the bottle of milk in a paper bag. "Oh, thank you," said Mrs. Goose. "Do sit down and have lunch with me." Mrs. Squirrel looked around. She thought that it was silly to be eating up there on the roof, but she was hungry. So she sat down by Mrs. Goose. I'm not going to read the rest of it. It's Mrs. Goose and Mrs. Squirrel. Let's read the ending. We'll see how it ends. Well, let's go down, said the black cat. Oh, there must have been a cat visiting them. Come on, Mrs. Squirrel. All right, said Mrs. Squirrel. We do look silly. Come on, Mrs. Goose. No, said Mrs. Goose. Go on down. I'm not going to get down until I think of a reason of why I came up. And she sat right on sitting there on the roof. The end. As Shannon Green would say, the end. Public Health Parade. It's another. These are school books. These are reader books. All in that same, probably 1950s style. 1950s. This is another Gin and Company. Copyright is 1949, 45, and 39. But that same style of illustrating. It was so popular back then. Here's more panoramas by William Gray and Marion Monroe. Panoramas. I'm not sure what they're talking about. Forest Fire. Looks like short stories. A Song of Greatness, Faith, Make Do with What You Have. Short stories. Here's one about animals at home, The Whale. I don't know what we're going to do with all of these books. I have no idea. There's just a few left in here. Oh, this is The Mysterious Swamp Rider. I might read this one. Look, it's got that. It's got SA means Salvation Army. That says day. I'm not sure what that is. Boom or room. Room. 1965. Reader book. Oh, look. I love the do ones marked. Oh, you're supposed to do the ones that are marked. The words you know are called your vocabulary. If you can match the words in the first column with their meanings in the second column, then these words are in your vocabulary. Guardhouse, gruff, jerked, habit, remind, friendliness, gold, disbanded, delivered, attack. So you mark those words with those words. And if they do them, you've just expanded your vocabulary. Interesting. I would do that if I were younger. Here's one on skylights. Children's book. Skylights. That one has an interesting feel to that paper. The paper feels, I can't describe it. It's kind of not, it's smooth. It doesn't have a book texture feel. It's a kind of a, I guess you could say it's coated. The Talking Tiger, Thinking the Right Meaning. That's an interesting picture there. Did you know there's an animal called the flying squirrel? This bird cannot fly, but it can get around another way. Let's see, a couple left here. These are all children's. Oh, I think there was something. There was something in this box that's causing these books to, they need to be. Let's take a baby wipe. I don't know. You can't see it, but you can feel it. Let's just wipe this off. I don't know what it is. It's not sticky. It's, you know, that's better. Let's do the other side. It's probably just the condition of the book being stacked away in that box, maybe. It's not really grimy. I'm not sure what to say it is. Let's dry this off a little. Whoops. All right, what is this book? Another reader book. A treasury of great science fiction. And, you know, in these type of books, they leave the pictures to your head. They leave the pictures. You form these pictures, images in your head when you read the words. That's where the pictures are. They're all in your head. And let's see. Here's an interesting book. I don't know what it is, but This House Was Full of People. Another reader book. 1976, second printing. This is a, I think this was Locust Hill. Isn't that a famous house? Locust Hill. I can't read from the here, but Locust Hill book. And let's put these over here. This one, Give Us This Day, R.F. Delderfield. It's a nice illustration on the book jacket. Transportation, trucks. The late R.F. Delderfield brought back to the English novel the sweeping narratives, the leisure pace, and the precise sense of place and detail that distinguished the works of the great Victorian novelists. 70 Years and 10, another novel book. Pictures are in your head. I don't think there are any pictures in here. Well, there's little illustrations. Is there a picture here? No. And this one is The Space Nut, illustrated by Leo Summers. It looks like a fairly new book. 1967. Another reader book with one little illustration. Let's see, got a couple more. Well, there were bigger books that fell down to the bottom. Alex Guinness, A Celebration. This one's interesting. First Steps. I don't know who Alex Guinness was. Looks like playbill. Maybe he was a actor, maybe? Stage star. This book has a little pages are sticking together. This book would make some fun cutouts, wouldn't it? Look at these. These would be fun. I'm going to keep this one out. It's a more recent book. Let's keep that one out. Let's see what else is in here. One more or two more? Three more. Oh, look. Here's another one like that. John Gielgud. Ooh, I like these books. Look at that. Author John Gielgud. Ooh, these are neat books. I'm going to keep these out. These will be fun to work in. And they're fairly recent books, so I'm not going to destroy anything of any value. And here's one on exploring science. Look, there's a armature. Exploring Science, another child's textbook, all in color, so I know that these are fairly recent. And a couple more. The King Nobody Wanted. It's a biblical book, Bible story. New Worlds of Literature. These are all school books that have been discarded. Looks like Mom got some of them at the Salvation Army. And one, two, three more. Discovering Numbers. Discovering Numbers. This one looks like it would be fun to work in, to keep out. I'm going to keep this one out. Another school book. But I like the number. I'm going to keep that one out. Oh, let's see. Here's one on Tales the Muses Told. This one looks interesting. Narcissus. Clytie and the Sunflower. Hygienia Thesis. Tales of Trees. This one looks like it'd be a fun read. I'll keep that one out. Not that I'm going to do anything with it, but I'll look through it. One more. I promise. One more. And I think we saw something like this before. Working Together. Notice to the teacher. The following supplementary materials are available with this basic text. It's a textbook. To the boys and girls. Bricks. Picnic fun. So these are school books. Look at all of these. The box is empty. So I'm going to have to be careful how I put these books back because I won't be able to carry all of these in one box. It'll be way too heavy for me. So I'm going to put the larger ones in there. And then I'll take these up separately and put them in there after I get upstairs. Maybe. And the smaller ones I'm just going to stack up behind me. That's enough. Now these I'm just going to stack up behind me. And then I'm going to come out and look at chat. Let's put this larger one in there. And let me close up the box. I think I have like 6 more boxes to pull out of that closet. And I asked my brother what to do with the carpet padding, and he said, I suppose just throw it away. But I'm wondering if maybe I could take it to Goodwill. I wonder if they would want that, because it's clean. It's not filthy. It's new stuff. You guys know what I could do with some scraps of carpet padding? Have any suggestions for me? Let me get these off my desk. And I'll go through these tomorrow. I'll take them upstairs. I've been lugging boxes upstairs. Let me get this stuff off my desk. And my hands feel... I'm loving these baby wipes. Did Beth come in? Hi, Beth Schuler. I think Beth is doing a tag swap on her channel. If you're interested in joining, you might get in touch with Beth. Beth, I'm going to do Janet's zine swap. Depending on your rules, I haven't seen. I might do your tag swap. Do you kind of want to tell us what's going on with your tag swap? Barbara says, Aunt Beck, when I was writing above in chat about the movie Arthur, I was about to write. His most recent movie was Arthur. Then it dawned on me that Arthur was not so recent. Let's see if Beth answers me about her tag swap. Let us know what she's doing. Barbara says, JG, what a wonderful actor he was in the movies. Arthur with Dudley Moore and Lisa Minnelli. Beth says, Becky, I messaged you. Jill says, my mom still has my Daisy smock with all my badges on it. She showed it her to me about a year. Oh, she showed it to you about a year ago? She was a Daisy when she was a little girl. I think we're talking about the Girl Scouts. Becky said, I'm mostly listening as I'm crocheting next Friday's stitch up and enjoying this one. Oh, cool, Becky. I need to get my squares are accumulating. I need to get them documented. So when I put them in the box, they'll be there. Do, 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 do. Gun equals sci-fi. I'm not sure what that means. Nina? Barbara said, this is how we critique books. We examine the spine. Yeah, we examine the spine and we check the copyright date. And we look for, are there any pictures in this book? I'm back to wait. You got Puff. I think Beth just popped in for a minute. Today, I called a 6-year-old. You did? All right. What else did I have on my list to do? What did I do with my list? I had it here a minute ago. Here it is. So, I didn't have books on here. Let's put, and this pen is dried up. And I took my other pens out in the, let's put books. Books. I know what I mean. So, let's bind my scribble journal. I have it out here. It won't take too long. I used up my scribble journal when I did Dee Dee's book haul thing. I used all my pages, most of my pages in my scribble journal that I've been using. So I got to make me a new one. And I got all the cards ready to go, but I want to put some papers, some writing papers between. And I got this bridge book here. Let's take this out. Whoops. Oh, look, it's just on the back here. That's interesting. Let's fold it. We could fold it like that. That works. This is a flap. Well, let's see how these go, because these are fairly... Now, we'll do it like this. And then we'll fold this way. Fold these. So I'll have pages to write on paper. I mean, there's writing space in here, but I need more writing space in between the pages here. So, and then these are journal spots, like remember, and I might tuck those in someplace. Let's get some of these going here. And then I'm going to bind this. And I want to thank everybody again for how good you all were to me last week. Angie says, do I? You got Beth's message. Becky said, I'm attaching a small slip of paper with the block names with the safety pins. Yeah, so you know what block went where, huh? See, I'm going to put this one. I guess I need to fold it a bit more here. Now, hold on. Let's just start at the beginning. This one folds here and goes there. And then I have a card. And this one will go this way. Let me turn this around. How did I have it? This got it upside down, I think. This one is just like that. These are just cards that have, some of these I got at Keisha's, and some of them have been around here. But I like to do these for my scribble journals. And then I just use them out at my desk. Yeah, I need to start labeling those squares. I was thinking I'd write mine on just muslin. I got some muslin at Walmart. Just the yard of it in a package it came in. And I need to work on my stitch row. I need to get caught up on that. There's a thank you card. And I had a note paper in here like that. And another note card. How thick is this getting? It's still okay. And let's do a score pad here. A get well card. These are just cards, you know, random cards. Here's a veterans stationery. I'm Proud to Be an American song. There's Becky. Beth Schuler, what are you doing for your tag swap? Can you tell us? I'm going to tear this one apart so I can write on all 4 sides of it. I'm just going to split this one in half like that. And when is it due? And her directions may already be, for all I know. I haven't been getting into Beth. I haven't been getting to any place. I haven't been to Janet Nash. I haven't been to Dee Dee's. I missed Becky. Well, Becky, what did I do? Becky was on Wednesday afternoon. Why did I miss you? Oh, I was mowing the lawn, Becky. I had to mow that lawn. The tag swap is closed. Okay. I won't bug you anymore. It's all closed. That's that. I knew it was going on, but I just didn't get in there to. And this reminds me of a dress form, but it's really a bow tie. It's a man's birthday card. And let's put another. It's getting kind of thick here. And we can just put it in like that on these larger cards. And here's an envelope, a pretty little envelope. We're going to put there. And here's a life is short. Break the rules. Forgive quickly, love truly, laugh uncomfortably, and never regret anything that made you smile. Okay. Now, I don't know. That one's kind of too big. I think I'll keep it out. Maybe for another one. And then I'm just going to take these and put them back underneath it in my drawer where I keep my pads. And we're just going to do a simple 3-hole pamphlet stitch here. Let's clip it. One. Oh, I don't want that clip. My tape on the clip here. Take my tape off. Let's just clip it here. And I don't really care if the pages are crooked, but my awl is out here. This shouldn't take me too long. This is just going to be a scribble journal. I think I'm going to have to sharpen the point of my awl. It's getting used. There are 22 playing in the tag swap. Wow. That's a nice group. That's a nice group. Well, I've been so busy. I had some meetings last week. Oh, that's one reason why I didn't get to Becky's last week. I had a meeting, a noon meeting. And it fell right when Becky comes on. So I had to go to that, an appointment. And, but I watched her Tunisian crochet video. And I mowed the lawn last Wednesday. Becky said, I'll get you in the next swap. Cheryl said, are you doing, hi, Beth says, hi, Cheryl, are you doing better tonight? Cheryl said, yes, I'm doing good, Bethy Beth. Oh, speaking of Beth Schuler, Beth, did you see Barb Owens last Friday? I was able to watch a little bit of her. I didn't watch the whole video, but she was using a felting machine. Very interesting. And she was felting with a special machine. And Becky said there's a special name, embellisher? Is that what you call it? An embellisher machine? Becky said they're put out by Baby Lock and they're called embellisher machines, and you can do felting on the machine. Awesome, Beth says. Awesome. This one's going to be kind of hard. Let's take this and put it over here, so I have more room to get to that one. I really have a lot of cards here, but here it comes. With special needles, yeah. Oh, I thought that was interesting. I think this got out of whack here. And let's make sure I can go back through it from the back, because I always have trouble putting my needle through from the back. Just make that hole as big as it wants to be. And where's this one? Right here. Right here. Now, do I want to do a tassel? Well, yes, I do. So let's put it up a little higher there. And we're going to call that the top, I think. No, that's the bottom. This is the top. Right there. It helps to go through both the back and the front when you poke these holes, so your needle finds its way from both directions if you have to. And it's really right in here. And I call these scribble journals, and I really do enjoy them. I just keep them out by my, something like my front porch journal. Only my front porch journal, I write when I'm out on the front porch, and I do a lot of different things in there. I'll sketch and draw, and I'll write about my day. These are more to gather ideas and quotes and things I see online and things that I see at when I'm seated at my recliner. And, come on, did you lose your way? It's right here. There we go. Yeah, I lost my way here now. Move this stuff around too much. It's entirely lost its way. All right, Penelope. She says, I'm here for you, Meri. I'm going to redesign my Penelope icon. All right. So it's here, and I think I'll have enough here left. And Embellishing Machines by Baby Lock. You have to search for a local distributor to buy one. 1, 2, 3. And let me get this out of my way, because when I make my tassel, I do 12 or 15 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't see Deb Farrell on today. 7. Did she have something special going on? 8, 9. I just noticed she wasn't on. She usually comes on before me on Sunday nights. 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm getting messed up here. 14, 15. And then I'll take and double this. And I really don't need to double it because this is pretty thick thread. But I'm going to because I want to make the tassel. And I'm only going through 3 holes, so this should not take me long to do. You guys have seen me do this numerous times. Cheryl said, I'm not starting any new craft projects with new supplies. I'm going to use what I got. I have to tell you, when I went to Hobby Lobby, I got mostly yarn. Everything I got on clearance. I always look for, I look for in the jewelry section for charms that they put on sale. I usually find something that I like there. And I got a lot of yarn. I bought some things like I bought one of those palette knives with the wider blade, probably an 1.5-inch blade. And I splurged on that because it wasn't just a cheap plastic one. And I had to get some glossy accent. I'm about out of glossy accent. What else did I get? I bought one die because they were on sale. And I was so disappointed in the Christmas paper because I know that 12 by 12 pad was from last year, but they didn't put the 12 by 12 pads on the 40% off. But I got fabric, and it's out in the car. All right. Let's see what I can do here. This is the top, so I go in here. I go in here, pull it through. You guys have seen me do this numerous times, but I need a new scribble journal. And kind of hold on to that. And, well, maybe I should put it underneath the clip here. Then I come back through this one, and hopefully it'll go through. There we go. And let's go right through that loop. Pull on the underneath one. Pulling on the wrong one. Hold on, I'm pulling on the wrong one. I'm going to pull on this one. Make it shorter. Let's clip this back up. I might have moved it. Did I go through the loop? What do I have here? No, I didn't go through the loop yet. It's here. Just when you work with long threads, keep them straight so they don't get tangled. Straight as you can. And if you pull slowly, keep these threads apart from each other, they shouldn't tangle. they want to twist up on each other. Let's try to keep this thread away from that thread. Don't let them mingle. See how I put my hand through that loop? That's what I was trying to explain to Janet, that she was talking about how you unwind floss. And when I unwind floss, after I get it into a loopy section like that, I put my hand through that loop and hold it with my left hand and wind with this hand. And that keeps these threads from twisting back on each other. But that does not necessarily work with thread that's already been opened and used. It's already been tangled. There we go. There's that. Just a simple 3-hole binding stitch here. I might have trouble coming back through that one again. And sometimes I have to tape this up, because see how that tore there? Sometimes I have to put tape on here because these are just greeting cards and they can tear. But I don't mind doing that. Let's pull it through. Pull it through. Pretty simple binding. Pull it through, go down to the bottom, and hopefully I can find that. Let's poke this through again so I know where I'm at. Yeah, I've lost it in here. Let's make up. There it is. And I have to come from the back to the front. Where it? Right here. Right there. That was pretty easy. Almost easy. Sometimes you got to get your pliers, because I'm pulling 4 threads at the beginning of my needle here. You get a better grip with your pliers. There it goes. Looks like it tore some of that. And keep those threads separate. The more separate you keep them, the less they're going to tangle. And we're about done here. We have to go back through this center hole. And that might cause some difficulty. We'll see. Sometimes I get fooled. There it goes. This one's binding up pretty fast. Yay! And sometimes I pull on one thread and not the other, and it makes it uneven, and then it starts to tangle. See how long that's getting there? One thread's longer than the other one. There we go. And now this, I'm losing this whole front cover on this. So I can put some tape on it, but I think I'll go ahead. Well, no, I probably should put the tape. Let's put this on it. I just got this. It's washi tape. It's 3-inch wide. And let's put some glue on this. 3-inch, maybe about like that. No. From the end of this leaf to about, oh, I can measure here. From this 1, 2, 3. That's where I'm going to put my glue stick. And I'm going to put this on there because this is tearing apart up here at the top. It's just a greeting card. So let's secure this washi tape with washi tape. Oops, get this out of my way. Put that there. Now, you know what I should do though is put that through, but I'm just going to let it go. Well, yeah, I think I'll have to. Hold on. It's a little sticky, but let me stick this needle through here one more time. So it'll be on the underneath, inside, I mean. And in there. Hold on. Get it. There. Now, what did I do here? It's not pulled tight. There we go. I'm going to put that over there. Now let's do this again. And I'll cover up the thinking of you, but it's just a scribble journal. It's not supposed to be a perfect. It's just something I can scribble in while I'm at my recliner. And we're going to take this washi tape. Huh. It's not sticky. Isn't that interesting? Does it have a... It has a backing. That's interesting. No, it doesn't. Yeah, it has a backing. Oh, cool. Quite cool. Well, let's measure some out and cut it off. Straighten this out a little and put this right. Oh, it might show. Thinking of you might show a little. Let's get it off on my finger. I never put things on straight. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. I start out crooked and it's crooked for the rest of my days. That's as straight as it's gonna get. And let's put this. This is pretty cool washi tape. It's got a nice release paper on it. I bought this online. I don't know what company I got it from, but I'm liking it. And we're going to cut those two off. If I I can get in there. Pretty cool. Piece of washi. Let's put it right there. Let's do this one. Kathy. Hi, Kathy Arbor. Welcome, Kathy. Sharon. Which Sharon came in? Did I miss Sharon Lombard? Hi, Sharon. Pam, Angie, Kathy. Cheryl said, I'm not starting any new projects till I've used my supplies. Look, I got a knot in here. I think it'll be okay, though. I want to go back through this if I can, and I'm going to have to go back. Yeah, it went in there. Now, since I covered that up, maybe I can poke my needle in there because I want to make my tassel. I lost my little 1/2-inch thread. Maybe I can get it out here. I think I pretty well lost it in there. You know, I might be able to find it. We'll see. Let me avoid a knot in here. By putting that washi tape on there to prevent this from tearing anymore, I covered up my little thread. Let's get it out of there. Where did you go, little thread? I know you're here. I'm going to kind of cut at this because it's going to become my tassel. There it is. There it is. All right, now I'm going to make my tassel. I want to clear this stuff off as much as possible. This is for my scribble journal. So one of the things I've been needing to do because I filled my other one up. I filled my other one up at Dee Dee's book video last week. I think I wrote 24 pages from Dee Dee's stream. And that's what I was giggling at Dee Dee for. She said, I even take notes on videos that I like. And I'm going, Dee Dee, that's kind of what we're doing right now. You're taking notes on your video, Dee Dee. She was laughing because she was showing how she takes notes off of videos. And I'm going, Dee Dee, we do that at your place all the time. Let me get this tape off of here now. I had it hooked on that binder, that clamp. Becky says hello to Sharon and Kathy. Angie is laughing, not crying. Sharon says hello to Becky. Becky says, I'm hoping all my hookers are ready for 2 stitches this coming Friday. Wow. And you said you were enjoying the one you are doing now, so yay. And Becky, did you see that link I put in? Maybe you've seen it before where they do a corner-to-corner Afghan and they teach you how to make a chart and make a picture in there. I want to do one of those, and I want Penelope as my design. Uh-oh, see, I tangled this. Let's see if I can get it. Usually, if you just shake it, you can shake the tangles out. All right. So, where am I at here? I'm coming. What am I doing? I come in between these two threads. I got one loop here. Where's my other loop? I guess I lost the loop there. Let's just finish this one. I thought I had two loops. Maybe I only had one. I think I pulled a loop out. But we'll put it that, well, we could use this as a loop. Just pull on it a little more. How did I do that? Like that. All right, let's make another loop. I like tassels on my little journals. I've always liked to do this. It's just my thing. She says it's just my thing. And I come between those two threads to make a knot up at the top, because that secures when I cut these. If there's a knot up here, I won't be able to pull my thread out. If I didn't make those knots and just kept looping it like this, after I cut these, I could just pull one of those out. Did Crystal come in? They're saying hello to Crystal. There's Sharon. Hi, Crystal K. Did you move? Would you send me a new address? Were you going to move? And was it your daughter? Is your daughter, did I see where was it your daughter who's getting married? Am I off? Or is that another person I'm thinking of? Crystal says, I have you on my phone and TV, Mary, because I go from room to room. Can you type in chat if you moved and if I need a new address for you, and let me know if it was your daughter who's getting married. I just cannot get the hang of the tassel thing. Well, you know, I've done this several times. So basically, it's just a basic pamphlet stitch. I covered up my binding there. But it's a basic 3-hole pamphlet stitch, but you put 2 holes up at the top. And then ignore all of this right here. Just say, I'm getting ready to do my first loop. I just bring my thread and I make a loop like that. Just pretend these aren't there. These are ones I've done previously. This is, say that's my first loop. So all I do is take my needle and pretend these aren't there, and I have that little 1/2-inch stitch up at the top, and I come over the stitch from the back, and I come between these 2 threads. This thread is on the eye of my needle, and let's see, this one is, let me get a hold of one. This is part of my needle thread here. These don't exist yet. This is my first loop. All I did was pull my thread down and go back up. And then I take my thread here, my needle's threaded, and this is the thread that's on the eye of the needle. And I put it under this little 1/2-inch stitch. This thread is part of that thread that comes down to the loop. See, I pull my thread down this way, and then I just loop it up, and I make a loop. And this thread here is what's left on my needle from this loop. And then I have my needle here, and I come under the little 1/2-inch stitch, and I come between these 2 threads. And that makes a knot up at the top. And I just pull my needle through those 2 threads. And I just keep pulling it until it knots. And it's just like tying a knot up at the top of the... Now I've done several here. So let me keep going. And the more you do, the more thread you use. So the shorter your thread gets, and it's a lot easier to handle. So I just keep going until I think I've used enough thread. And I'll show you what I do at the end. I leave some thread on my needle to wrap around the top up here. She's not getting married yet, maybe next year. She moved out with my 2 grandchildren, and there's a deadly silence. Oh, Crystal. Oh, you mean because of an empty nest type thing, because your grandchildren are gone. Ah. Are you at a new address, Crystal? Hi, Renee. Renee's the one who put me straight on my plaid. I was going to show you guys my plaid, and then I ran across this and I got sidetracked. If we have time, it's only 8 o'clock. I have 2 hours. We're going to paint some more plaid. Because I'm going to do it on watercolor paper tonight and see if I have better luck with my painter's tape. I did it on copy paper the other night, and my painter's tape, my paper was so thin that the painter's tape just pulled. I was able to cover it up again, but it pulled on my paint. And eventually what I want to do is paint a plaid on canvas, some unpainted canvas that I have left. And we're going to do those little fall, we're going to do gnomes, little fall gnomes with that. Those gnome, Becky figured it out. Becky figured it out. I got that birthday mail from somebody, sent me, and all that was in the package was 3 packages of faux fur and 3 wooden balls. No directions. Somebody sent me 3 wood balls and 3 little packages of faux fur. And no directions, no idea who it came from. What are they? And Becky figured it out. They're little gnome. They're the noses on a gnome doll and the beard. So I want to paint. You could go buy probably orange plaid fabric, but it's more fun to make your own. No new address yet. Possibly next month. Only the Lord knows. Okay. Well, Crystal, it's really good to see you. Oh, I did that wrong. Wait, I did this wrong. Let me take this out. This is going to knot where I don't want it to knot. Did I not make my loop? I goofed on that one. I'm glad I caught it. And at this point, it gets a little hard to find the little stitch in there. So, but if you get it around the top part of the tassel, you'll do fine. And you don't have to put tassels on. You know, you can do what makes you happy. This is what makes me happy. Some people like to just put their tassel in as on a string and let it fall out so that when they're working, they won't have this on the underneath of their book to deal with. But I hold my book in my hand anyway when I'm writing out at my recliner. So it doesn't bother me. I'm just about done. Yeah, I haven't been putting my loops in, I don't think. And see, my thread has gotten way shorter. I'm just about done. Whoops, I lost my needle now. And I just keep going, making a loop and tying it at the top. Angie says, I had to call my aunt to see if the phone was working because no calls today. Whoa, pretty quiet day. Everybody was resting on Sunday. Now, at this point, I have this much thread left, and it's really, I could go back up once, but I have a short thread up here to tie everything off. So what I do is I just kind of grab my tassel like this, and I just start, and sometimes I just take my needle off at this point, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to wrap this thread. Well, that one went up. I want that to go up. Well, I guess we'll leave it. I wrap this thread around so it kind of looks like a thread wrap at the top of the tassel. You don't have to do this. I just do it for fun. Kind of makes a nice little finish. I never said it was neat. I said it was nice. Whoops, see there, I pulled my needle out. Let's just rethread my needle here. Cut these off even. Maybe I can get it rethreaded. And yes, I put DNA at the end of my thread to make it go through the eye of the needle. Get in there. Don't give me trouble right at the end. There we go. And let's see, let's come around one more time. And we want to knot it. Let's tie a knot. What's going on here? Looks like I have a loose goose here. Let's wrap it around that loose thread. There, let's do it one more time. Yeah, I was going to go to garage sales yesterday too, and I said, I've got enough. I've got enough. Now let's tie a knot up here at the top just to secure my thread. Just tie a knot in it, a single knot. And then I go back through the center. If I can find it, I just kind of push my needle in through the center and it falls down underneath of the tassel. Pull it through like that. And there's my tassel. Now I need to cut it here. And I don't know if these scissors are sharp enough. These scissors are not sharp scissors. They need to be sharper. Let's take these. These are okay to cut paper with, but they don't cut threads and paper that well. So let's give my tassel a haircut. And you can make it different lengths. I think I'll bring it maybe just a little bit above the border of the book. And what I like to do is take it and kind of give it a twist, because I find that I always cut right here a little bit longer. I don't know why I do that, but I do. So I'm going to give it a little bit of a twist there and cut it right about there. And then I have this left over, which can be put in its own little mini tassel, but we're not going to fool with that right now. And here's my little scribble journal. Now it needs a closure. Now what I've been doing on ones like this, see I made a tassel here. Well, but I will, since I've got the threads here, I tie a closure on there. Where's my other journal? I don't know what I did with my other journal. But since I put this there, I don't have that anymore. So just for a makeshift closure, let's just put one of those hair bands on it, if I can get at it. Get at a hairband here, and I'll decide what I want to do later on that. We'll just use this for a closure right now. And here's my little scribble journal. I can sit at my recliner, and the cards make real pretty things to look at, and I can write down prompts and notes and inspirations and things I see or want to remember. So this is, I'll tell you, when Keisha sells card packs, I usually try to pick up at least one. And you can get cards at, well, you used to be able to get them at Goodwill, but they don't put that stuff out anymore in my area. I'm going to give them one more chance. I'm going to try Tuesday to go to the bins. Becky always talks about the Goodwill bins. And the ones here, the bins here in our area, I think it was Karen Kay messaged me and she said, I found them, Meri, in your area, but they're only on Tuesdays. So I'm going to try the bins where they sell by the pound. But I'll bet you the price will be $5 a pound. I was real unhappy with Goodwill when I went there last week because they raised their prices on everything. Well, we've already talked about that. So there we go. I'm very happy with it. Let's cross that off my list. And let's cross this one off. If I can find a pen. Vine Scribble Journal. Where was my... Oh. Orange Plaid Study, Draw Insects. We won't get this done tonight. Deconstruct December Daily cover. Let's deconstruct my... I'm going to get my knife out, Angie. You might want to run for the hills. If I can find my book. This is the book that I decided to use for my December Daily. And I'm going to cover this. But first, let me put this where I can find it again. First, I'm going to deconstruct it. And since I know I'm going to do paper dolls, I know that I'm going to need more than a 1/2-inch spine. So I'm going to expand this and I'm going to expand the spine. But the first thing I have to do is deconstruct the book. Now, I'll try to leave the fly page in, but I don't think it's going to happen on this book because it's, yeah, it's glued to this page. So I'm going to take the fly page out. We'll leave this in. Angie, close your eyes. I'm getting the deconstruct knife out. Let's move this before everything falls. And including you, Penelope. I need to put some of this stuff in my journal. Angie is covering the monkey's eyes. Hear no evil, see no evil, do no evil. All right. What's that? Painter's tape. I'm not gonna worry about this fly page because I don't think it's glued to the first page. And I'm going to take the spine apart anyway to make a larger one. But see how easy that was? Now the one I did the other day, what did I deconstruct? It was a history book, wasn't it? Man, it was, well, and see this one I cut the spine here, but that's okay because I'm going to take the spine apart anyway because I want to put like a 2.5, 3-inch spine on it, probably 2.5 inches. Let's cut this off. See, Angie, my fingers are way out of the way. They're way up here, and this one's gripping onto the knife. Unless my knife slips and cuts my wrist, I'll be okay. Meri, don't cut your wrist in front of us. All right, I won't. I don't have any motivation to slip my wrist. I'm not that desperate yet. Although there have been days that I got after my brother again tonight. About this time of the year, we start, our window, I don't know what it is with that one window. The flies love it. And we're always swatting flies at that. And this afternoon, I swatted some flies, and I sweep all mine away and throw them in the wastebasket. Well, I heard him out there swatting. And he made bacon for supper. We had bacon and tomato sandwiches. And he had his, and then he went out on the porch, and he lets my bacon cook a little bit longer because I like mine nice and crisp. He eats his raw, I'd say. But I went out there, and there were all these flies that he swatted, and they were on the floor. And I'm going, oh, yuck. And so I happened to still be out in the kitchen when he came in. And I went, come here, brother. He didn't know what was going on. And I said, look, when you swat flies, don't just brush them off on the floor. That's nasty. And I said, if you brush them off on the floor, at least, I said, I had a little dustpan and a broom there right underneath the window. And I said, at least sweep them up. And I said, that's not my job. I clean my own fly mess up. I gave him what to for. And he said, yeah, I said, I know we need to do that. And I'm going, not we, you. I clean my own flies up. Now it's your turn to clean your mess up. Don't just leave it for me. He walked away. I'll tell you, brothers sometimes are annoying. Becky says, what are you making, Angie? Don't you have a seam ripper? Aunt Beck, what can I cut to make it look good? Sharon says, I guess I need to make a mini journal. I haven't done one yet. Yeah, Sharon. All right, now these are the inside of the pages. And I'm going to keep these as a pattern for how large to make my papers. I think, let's see, this measures, this is, yeah, 11 by 8.5. So that's exactly the size of my copy paper. It's 11 by 17 copy paper. And so when you fold your copy paper in half, I have cream colored copy paper. When you fold it in half, a 17-inch copy paper is 8.5 inches. So this is exactly the size of my copy paper. Now, I don't really care for so many recipes. This Christmas book has a lot of recipes in it. Gifts, recipes as gifts, Santa shakes. Here's a band box that they did. Right here at the front, they have Christmas gifts. This is a gingerbread men that were made out of ticking. This is a vintage ornament box. At the front, they have something. I was looking at these. These are cool. These are made out of paper mache. I might do these Santas. Wouldn't it be neat to carve erasers? Santa erasers like this? And get the different, like he's got a stocking hat. He's got a small hat and a big beard. This one has a brown hat. Some of these look alike, but this one's got a narrow beard coming that way. So it'd be fun to do some Christmas stamps, but paper mache, you can buy paper mache, air dry paper mache. Maybe I'll look for some of that on Amazon and order some and make some of these Santas. These I would do. These would be fun to do, and it'd be fun to carve some stamps. Candy canes, cards. Here's some more vintage Santas. Some of these, this I would probably put in my journal. There's no remedy for love, but love more. And these are candy balls. You wouldn't really want to leave these on your tree too long. Candy cane trees, peppermint tree. Knitted socks. It'd be fun to crochet a Christmas sock, wouldn't it? I'll bet there are good patterns out there. Candles, ticking. I like this ticking. I think I got some red ticking fabric. And then we get into the food again here. Goodies. This book happens to have a lot of recipes. And then it goes into the patterns. Oh, look, there's some cross stitch. What page are those on? 44 and 45. 74. 68. Let's see what the cross stitch looks like. 62. 50. 46. Oh, they're cute. They're cross-stitched and then they're put on with the blanket, on plaid on the blankets. These are cute little ornaments. Those might be fun to do a couple. I like the little angel here. The Santa Claus, little snowman, reindeer, teddy bear. Cute. And there's a wreath made out of buttons. We're going to make an autumn wreath out of corn husks. I've got to make sure my brother doesn't throw all the corn away. So now, spine. What am I going to do for a spine? We're going to take, since I've already cut the front cover, let's cut the front cover off. And should I leave the back one? No, that's just too narrow for me. Now let's cut it off too. Keep your fingers out of the way. Kind of cool though. Maybe I'll save that. Well, I'll save it to measure with. Now I need something for the spine to go, and 2.5 inches would be this wide. And by the time I put pages in here and paper dolls, the reason I'm doing this now, and of course my camera is not showing the whole page. Angie says, my neighbor, my nephew, girlfriend, and great nephews went horseback riding today. He just sent me a picture of him on a horse. I am laughing so hard I can't catch my breath. Let me turn this just a little. What I see up here is not what I see on my tablet. All right, I have to find something to make a spine with. And let's see what I have here. I like these books. We're going to look at those a little more. Let me turn myself around here. And of course, I've got all sorts of stuff behind me. And I'm looking for something to make my spine with. Like I need a cereal box or some sort of cardboard. Let me see. I've got nailers and dictionary. What's that? My America book. Hold on. Let me look here. I should have had this all figured out. I don't figure things out until I stream. And Dee Dee says, we're not going to do this with this. Spend a half an hour looking for stuff. And Meri says, that's what I do. I spend a half an hour looking for what I want while I'm online. Let's see what I have in here. We have adding paper tape. I should just take my camera and show this to you, but I'm just looking for a good piece of cardboard. Like the back of this marker pad. That'll work, I think. Is that big wide enough? Yeah. we'll use that. And look, I've got some canvas boards. I very seldom get into this little paper niche here. I should get into it and figure out everything I have. But I found what I want, so let's put this back. Close that up. I have my boho tag journal hanging on this temporary. And let's put these back before I trip on them. Books. Books. Alrighty then. What's this? I need to keep that out. All right. Is Shannon still here? Shannon Art Junkie still here? There's Deb. Hi, Deb. I was thinking you didn't stream today. Welcome in, Deb. Crystal is laughing. Sharon says, do you have that many flies? In the fall, we do have a lot of flies in that one kitchen window. I don't know where they're all coming from. I mean, it isn't black with flies, but we'll swat flies, and they must be getting in from someplace in the kitchen. I don't know. We don't keep the doors open. I don't know where those flies are coming from, but this time of year, we should put up a strip to sorry, I jiggled the camera. Mary, flies don't like the smell of eucalyptus or rosemary. Oh, I could put that in there, couldn't I? Put one of those oils in a spray bottle of water and lightly spray the window screen. Well, we don't have a window screen. That's the other thing. It's got a storm window on it. And my brother, every time I say we need to open that storm window so I can clean out from there. But he won't do it because when they put them in, he said they were really heavy. And he's got a bad back. And I don't want him to hurt his back anymore. But he said it took 2 men to put those windows in. But those flies could be getting in between those 2 windows. It's a window and then a storm window. And we don't open that kitchen window, the one on the west side of the house. We never open it. So I imagine those flies are coming in from the outside. You know, insects can get in there. So, and it's really hot on the west side of the house. The house is facing west. And the window, and they're probably looking for a cool spot. So yeah, this time of the year, we get a lot of flies in there. We don't have flies there all year long. It isn't like they're not swarming with flies, but there's enough that I'll swat them and I clean up my dead flies. He doesn't clean up his dead flies. Look at this book. I'm looking forward to taking this book apart and using some of these pictures. Look at these pictures. These are just fun. Look at these. These are fun. I'm looking forward to these. I'm not going to do it tonight, but I'm looking. The World's Best Hamlet. These are fun pictures. Because they're black and white and they're dramatic. They're very dramatic. New theater. Might be fun to read some of these because I don't know much about theater. I don't know too much about anything. All right, I want to cut a 2.5-inch spine out of the back of this marker pad. I'm sure this was what's a Strathmore one? I got me some marker paper, but let's take the back of it off. And let's use it as a spine. That's why I buy paper pads, of course, is for the back. And it's just the right size. I might need to trim it down a little. And we'll save my marker paper. This is to draw on. It's a Strathmore pad. Draw a cat head and body and tail with pencil on Strathmore marker paper as shown in the diagrams. Add facial features, divide the cat's body into a series of squares. Fill in the squares and rectangles with many different colored patterns. Add some stars. Complete the background. This is your idea, project idea for marker papers. And here you can do flowers. Marker paper, smooth surface. Accepts heavy coverage of markers without bleeding. I think I tested this once and I wasn't happy. I don't know if it was this one, but I tested it with a black marker. Was I wrong? Let me see if it was, might have been another pad. Let me put my knife away. Let's test this. Where's that black marker? Here we go. Let's draw along the border. If I can find the chisel on this. See, it's not supposed to bleed. Now that's a permanent marker. But I think I tested it and I used my Pen Plus Gear markers on this. And it all bled through. So I really wasn't happy with the marker paper. I'm going, it bleeds through. What are you talking about? It says, accepts heavy coverage of markers without bleeding. Huh? I don't think I bought any more. And this is Strathmore. And Strathmore is usually a pretty good brand of paper. But I wasn't happy with that. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Hold it. Now I gotta put this in here where it won't fall. Oops, that's not the place. Hold on. There we go. What are you talking about out there? Sharon says, I wish, but Janet Nash is way too early for New York time zone. For my NY time zone. Oh. Yeah, because Janet Nash comes on at 9 and Sharon is out in Oregon, aren't you? So you are you Mountain, or you're Pacific time? So 9, 8, 7, 6 o'clock in the morning. That's why replays are nice, Becky says. Becky says, I have a bunch of sewing to do tomorrow, but before I start doing that, I'll watch Janet Nash. Angie says, Meri, I don't get along with my brother. He is mean to me. He calls me a 6-year-old along with other things. So I don't try to, so I try to stay away from him. Yeah, brothers can be like that. My brother, my older brother, he's pretty laid back. He's he's somebody I could give him what for, and he just, if I did that to my younger brother wouldn't have me telling him to. Of course, my younger brother, I probably would not have to tell my younger brother to sweep away those flies. My younger brother has got enough sense to do it on his own. My older brother, he just expects me to do that. And I'm sitting there, look, bud, I mow your lawn, I wash your dishes, I do your... He does his own laundry, but I do the bedding and the towels and the kitchen stuff, and he expects me to do any housework. And I'm sitting there, you could do a little of this stuff. It's your house. What would you do? I asked him one day, because he throws his dishes in the sink, and he expects me to clean them up. I did get him trained enough now to at least soak them. So, any crud is soaked away on him. It's easier to clean. He does that. But he didn't used to until I gave him what for. He puts up with me. But, he tells me to do stuff too. He keeps track of my Hobby Lobby purchases. But, no. Oh, I can't see the markings on this ode. It's so scratched up here. I don't know if I can see any markings on the other side. Well, it's a little better. I'm trying to get this lined up. There. I'm going to cut this area where it's black off, I think. What did I do with that? Where did I set it? Here. I think, see, this falls, this spine falls right there. So I think I can cut right along the black line there. It's all set for me. But, and usually if I crab enough at him, if I talk to him enough, and I try to do it pleasantly, like you know, he knew I wasn't yelling at him. Well, I yelled at him the other day when he ate my peaches. That made me mad. I wasn't mad today. Because he ate so many peaches. And I said, if I don't save me any out, he'll eat mine too. And sure enough, he ate mine too. It made me mad. I got mad. I wasn't mad today. I just was saying, clean up the dead flies. Don't just leave them on the floor. That's nasty. That's what I told him. I said, that's nasty. I said, you gotta, it's a kitchen floor and we just put in a new floor. Deb says, I have 9 purses. 9 purses to accomplish before October 1st. Oh my goodness. Oh, 9 pieces. What are you making? Angie said she's the oldest one. Deb says, I think my sewing is starting on Saturday. Becky says, wow, that's a lot of bags. Once you get going, though, you'll probably go quickly. You know, Deb Farrow and Becky, too, I'll tell you, they are so precise. They are so precise. And I'm still trying to get my crochet sides to be as nice as Becky's. I'm sitting there, Becky, did you block that? I'm going, well, my one little one turned out nice, but my big grid block it's wonky, and I'm not sure if I pull it up when I get done and pull it off the needle, if blocking will be enough to take care of the wonkiness. It's a very wonky piece, but I just decided to keep going with it and write down how I did it, what I did. And you know, and I think a lot of it has to do with your yarn, the type of yarn that you use, and the, this blade could probably be popped, but I'm not going to. The size needle, there's a lot of factors that play into it, but I haven't accomplished a really nice block yet. Well, a couple of them are okay, but a nice even one. And I look at the pictures that are posted and I'm going, man, I wish mine were as pretty as those. And then I get mad at myself and say, Meri, you're just learning. Don't compare yourself to others. Just keep going. So I do. And then I try to figure out, I think too, it has a lot to do. Crystal says, Meri, do you want to come and move in with me? I don't know if you would put up with me, Crystal. I have a lot of art stash. You'd probably make me get extra storage units. I have to give that to my brother. He lets me have this. He lets me have this room, pretty much control of it. And he's let me have the little closet. And we found the closet of the closet with that I'm calling a secret room. Oops. This knife is pretty dull. I'm having to go through this several times. And I'm going off track there. Let me put my ruler back there. But I do want to get I have boxes out in the living room that I need. Well, I'm going off track here. I'm going to use this side for the spine anyway, but I guess I'm going to have to pop this blade because it's so dull. It's getting pretty short. I don't know. I guess I can get one more blade out of it. Let's try to pop it. Don't look. I got glasses on and I usually turn my head when I do this. I'll watch my laptop. And you just bend this till it pops off. Let's see where. I might have to bend it the other way. And the blade stays in the pliers, but there it goes. And it just pops off, and I just hold on to it until I throw it in the litter bag over here. Now I should have a sharp point. And maybe this will cut better. I'm about through it now. There we go. Right in here, I'm getting off track. But I'm not going to use this side anyway, so. There we go. Now, we want 2.5 inches. So if I put it at the 2, to 4.5. Let me mark. To 4.5 here, and 2, 4.5 here. And I'm going to turn my cutting board this way because it gives me more cutting surface. And let's line these up. Put my ruler here, in there, and then we want to cut this. This is for the spine. Now, I'm not going to cover this tonight. Well, this cover is glossy. So I might want to, well, I could use Yes Paste and the fabric. I'll have to see. I haven't decided what I want to put on the cover of this. If I want to put fabric or if I want to paint it. But we'll go ahead and put the spine on it. And then we'll stop. And I'll decide what I want to do next. I want my December daily all built by the by Halloween. Let me cut this off now. I think it's about ready to come off. Oops, the blade. Yeah, that blade was getting pretty short. And I don't know if I can get this. I forget how this goes. Just come clear down here, I think, and then it opens. And you hook your blade onto there, I believe, and push it back in. Uh-oh. I'm not hooking on. I forget how these go. There. Now it should push that blade up. There. Now I'm not going to push it way up because it'll fall out. I need to put a new blade in there. They get pretty short and then they don't, and it's not holding on to it. See if I can finish it. I'll have to put a new blade in after tonight. There. There. And we'll just be done with that. Now, I've got a nice piece of chipboard, and I want the covers. And we're going to put this on. And pull that out. You're going to see a little shine over here, but I have to have a work area. Maybe if I put that book there, it won't be as obnoxious. And I'm going to leave a little space in there and a little space in here. And I think what I'm going to do is just put some double-sided tape here, just enough to hold it. Yeah, let's do that. Where's my double-sided tape? I don't know if that one's about done. What did I do with it? What's this? Hold the phone, I'm digging. Here we go. Yeah. Let's. And I like to take something and put under here to hold on to that. And I keep all my release papers in this little bag. I don't throw them away. Well, I throw them away after I have torn enough off, but we just put release paper on one side of it. And it doesn't, I don't understand why. I never start this stuff off straight. There we go. But it's still not straight. There we go. That's good enough. Got a little there. Let's take this and put it. My paper's sticking to it. My bag's sticking to it. And out they fall. That's one I've torn up. Let's put some more on here. I should sit here and put release paper on the whole thing. That's just about enough. But we want 2 of them. Is that enough for 2? Let's see. 1. No, just a little bit more. Oh, I'm going to throw that one away. Allie, do you see me? Angie says, Allie, can you see me? Becky says, I will, but only after he's done the homework applications. Put him to work while he's home, Becky. Becky says, Scott and I will be doing a video tomorrow on the bathroom since he's planning to work in there tomorrow after he puts in some more applications. Well, Becky, you and Scott are in my prayers. Big time, because if there's one thing I understand, I don't understand a lot about what you guys go through with your health issues, because I really haven't had them, but I've been through plenty of unemployment, believe me, and it's not fun. And the older you get, the harder it is, because, you know, it used to be, now they may not do it as much in today's world because of our economy, but it used to be if you had the least little gap on your resume, what happened there? Why is there this gap of 3 months on your resume? You know? And they held you different standards 10 years ago, 20 years ago than they do today. You know, and I think in a way that's a good thing because the standards were crazy, you know. All right. Let me roll this back up with the release paper on it, and we'll cut one side off here. Let's mark it about to there. And that's just release paper there. And another side. But it's a good thing that he's putting in applications. If anything, it keeps you moving. You know, a wheel that's turning, even though it doesn't look like you're doing anything, you're actually doing something. A car that's not moving in any direction isn't going anyplace. That's Meri's repeating of some quote that she heard someplace. You keep your wheels spinning and eventually you'll get there. Of course, there's a lot of factors in play, but you're in my heart and you're in my prayers. Both you and Scott. And Rhonda's family is going through a lot of hard times right now. They have been for the last several years, but her sister just lost her husband. When I say lost, I mean she didn't lose him, but, well, she did. He passed away. Let me go down to the bottom of chat. Allie K was, I see you, Angie. I see you, Angie. Allie, do you see me? I see you, Angie. Becky, Cheryl is sending Becky prayers. Angie says, I move in circles, and now I'm dizzy. All right, we're going to put a piece of tape on this, and we're going to leave the larger release paper on the outside here. We're going to take the smaller stuff off. So, and I want to leave a little, of course I get my hands on the sticky stuff. Let me get a sip of I Have Squirt tonight, Diet Squirt. That's good. All right, now let's see. Let's trim this a little. Here, it's... Now, I think that's better. All right. I don't want to leave it 1/4 of an inch. I want it a little in, just a little, maybe 1/8 of an inch. Oh, where's my dotted line? Move that a little more that way. And there. Now, don't move. And let's start. Actually, I'm going to start down here at the bottom with this. And put that there. And I should have started this before I put that on there. If I can get that off. Come on. Yeah. There we go. Now I got a gap in there for the, so it can bend. That's pretty good. I'm liking that. And we'll just leave this release paper on until I'm ready to put the inside in. And we'll leave this the way it is until I decide what I'm going to do with the cover. If I paint this, I'll have to sand it. And I'm tempted just to cover the whole thing with double-sided tape. I really am tempted to. And just plop what I have down on here. But I have to see what I want to cover it with. I like the word Christmas. If I could do something like use all of this, maybe paint this banner out. Of course, if I do any painting, that's the thing. But I like the word Christmas. And I like this banner. But I don't like the wording on it. I could paint that out. Just a little paint there. And then just put fabric on everything else. I don't know. I might just cover it all, which would be easier. But let's go ahead and put this other piece on. It's not hard. Let's trim this a little. The edge off here. And then I'll work up the pages, how I want the pages to look. I'm going to put that on the dotted line. Now, this isn't exactly straight here. It's a little better. Just straightened it up a little. And put that on the dotted line. And let's get this out of the way. This is my, and I think I have a little starter piece here. But if I have a, let's start this. Really, it needs to start over on this side. Never starts where you want it to. And I need to pull it. I need to pull it this way, I believe. And then I have another piece underneath. And I have a little starter piece down here. underneath. All right, now let's straighten this out again. Let's move that over to that line. I like the grids on here. The grids help me figure out the spacing. And this is not straight in here, right where I'm pointing. All right. So let's start this down here. Whoops, and I moved it. I work so hard and then I move it. So up just a teeny bit. No, that's too high up there though. So I have to come down. Open up a little. There. Don't move it. And I move it. I should put some painter's tape there to hold it, but no, no, no. That's an awful big gap in here. It's right there. Right there. See if I can't trim that out a little more. It's right in the center. It's hard to get in the center with your scissors on this stuff. Should be doing it with my knife. Let's see if that made a difference. A little better. It's going to be covered up anyway, but it's still got a gap in there. All right. All right, let's take this one off. And that moved. That seems like it moved. It's got a pretty big gap in there, but it's just not. It's the way it's cut. All right, let's take this one off. And put that down there. And I'll be putting another piece on here after I take these two off. And here's that big gap in there, but I'll be putting, I think I'll put fabric clear across here. And it'll cover the whole thing. And the gap isn't as noticeable when it's folded. It's right there. And there is the starting of my December daily. Now the pages, the way I'm going to do the spine is how I do my spines on all my books. Now, I don't try to put thread through here. I have another piece of cardboard or something softer, not a hard cardboard, but a piece of soft cardboard, and I stitch my spines onto that, and then I'll put tape on the back of that and put it down like that, and my spines will be stitched onto this. That's how I've been making my journals lately. So there is that, and it's 9 o'clock. Hi, Paula. Renee is here. How much of a plaid ribbon do you think that I can get done in an hour? let's see, we're not going to draw the insects tonight. We deconstructed the December daily, and I'd like to make this journal, but I did the binding of the scribble journal tonight. I bought some of that floral wallpaper border that I'm going to make pages with my flower nature journal. And we're going to carry my nature journal over into September too, because there's so much I want to do with that I'm just going to keep working on my nature journal in September. So there we go. Let's get out the plaid. Let's do some plaid. And this will be, I'll be working on this in the next couple weeks, the beginning of my December daily. Let me put this behind me. Oh, you don't want to see behind me. My poor brother. It's a wonder that he hasn't evicted me. Here is the plaid that I did the other night. I am pretty happy with how it turned out. It turned out pretty nice, didn't it? As far as just being a copy sheet, a piece of, it was wipe-off paper. It was paper I put underneath when I sketched my insects. And it's got a hole in it. But I want to do this again tonight. And that I did the other night when I thought I was making gray. I actually had a navy color. I didn't have black. Let's get this out of the way. We are going to do plaid on watercolor paper. I got this out too because I want to show you. This is Johnny's junk journal shop from her nature box. And yeah, I'm really happy with how I did this cover. This is distress paint. And I went over it with a satin varnish. And then I put this, this she had laminated. And I think these are real dried flowers in here. She laminated them in there. And Rosemary happened to be in my chat when I said, oh, let's put them on my cover. And she says, you're supposed to open those up. And I'm going, if I open them up, I'll mess them up. But I put glossy accent around this ribbon. This came from Johnny, this ribbon. And I'm going to put some little roses on here. I was going to get them out. I got the roses from Keisha. But see, here's how I bound this journal. This is just copy paper. And this is tissue paper. I actually started this on the outside and brought it right about to here. And this is part of the spine when I put my spine in, and then I just healed the front, top, and the bottom. And I left the Covington Community High School, Covington, Indiana. This book is property of, and I should put Meridel Abrams in here now. But it was a history book, I believe, from 74, 75 through 77 and 78. Jim Smith, John Grease, Paul Walter, and Carol Strawweiser, Strawser. Well, John Grease has 77 to 78. Carol is 79. Oh, that's 74 to 75. But anyway, I just used my Rosemary's Crunchy papers that we made. And I did quite a bit in here the other night as far as putting things in this book. Tabs, tags, bugs. We put quite a bit in here. The next page I want to work on here is the bee page. And I almost bought a die cut that was more of a, or was it a stencil? I can't remember. That, I think it was a stamp. It was a stamp of beehive not septagons, the 6-sided figures. These are circles, but I just decided, no, I'll do with this. But I need to get out my die cutter and die cut some bees. And then this is out of the dictionary page. This is going to be my bee page. And this came from Susan Carolfie. And I just went in there and I put tags in the little pockets. We did a butterfly. First page I think I did in here. Now what I'm going to put in here, I think I'm going to put some of those dried flowers in these envelopes. I'm not going to do it tonight because I want to do my plaid. But I got several of these, and I think dried flowers would look nice in here. So we did quite a bit in this book the other night. Got a few pages to go yet, but we got time. And this, I'm thinking about putting this whole part in here I put on a page, and I'm thinking about putting this on the back page. I think it goes the other way like this. I'm not sure. We'll see. But anyway, I'm happy with how this is turning out. All right, plaid. We need a piece of watercolor paper. We need wax paper. Because I don't want to mess up my desk. Might have to buy me some more wax paper next time I go shopping. And I get my wax paper at Walmart, but I was so tired the other day, I didn't even go to Walmart. I didn't go to Walmart. All right. And I want an extra wax paper for a paint palette to squeeze my paint out on. And we need some watercolor paper. Let me have another sip of pop. Hi, Brenda A. It has a nice feel to it. It does, doesn't it? And it even feels good because this is acrylic paint. And this is acrylic paint here, too. This is not, it almost looks like tape. It almost looks like a piece of tape on there, but it's not. It's paint. And really, those little spots that spilled over, they kind of blend in here. They spilled over in here, but that's really kind of blends in. But we're going to do it on watercolor paper. And let me have another sip of pop. Paula says, I love sparkling water drink. I've not tried San Pellegrino. Becky says she's brushing her teeth. Paula says, hello, Renee. And your drink sounds lovely. Renee says, I'm sitting here watching while sipping on a San Pellegrino blood orange sparkling beverage. Roseanne, hi, Roseanne. Welcome, welcome, Roseanne out there. Kitty Jen is here. And we're back to where Angie's asking Allie if she sees her. Okay, I need a piece of watercolor paper, which I just happen to have here. And let's take a piece out off my block. Now, this watercolor paper is, I get it at Walmart. I haven't seen it here. I got this in 2 packages. I got 2 of these blocks in 1 package. And it's 140 pound and it's called Bee Inspired. And I have to say, for a Walmart brand or a off-brand, I mean, this is Bee Paper Company. New Bee Paper Company, USA, 515 West 45th Street in Munster, Indiana. Bee Paper Company.com. I have to say this is a pretty nice paper. I usually use Strathmore or something like that. But now, I think this is the textured side. This is the smoother side. I'm going to use the smoother side for this. And we want my painter's tape. And it's about this size of this paper. And I'm deciding if I want to do wide strips here again. I think I will. Now on this, I like it, but you know what I'd like to do? Do I have those out here? I have the red out. Let me reach over here for my jar of pins. That. Now, where did I put them? Did I take them out in the other room? No. Did I bring them back? Did I take them out and did I bring them back? I don't see them here. They're probably out by my chair. Well, I'm not going to run and get them. I'll just use the black. But it would be nice to run a green line. I could run a red line, maybe. Let's run a red line where? On this black, maybe? Let's see. Let's just run a red line next to the white and see if it even shows. I'm not sure the red will show on this black. Let's test it. No, it's not even going to show. I could do it in paint. Let's run a black line, a thinner black line. We got a line here, but let's run another one, maybe here, this way. Some thinner lines on here. It'd be nice to have my green, but I'm not sure even the green would show. Let's just run a black line here. And see, that just adds an extra line to make it look more like plaid. Now on this one, when I do it on my watercolor paper, I want to put some diagonal lines in this way. And I'm going to do it on my, let's see, I think we did the, how did I do that? I did these first. I did it this way first, the verticals first. So, and we taped off the orange stripes. Let's run another black line on here. Maybe up here. Let's get this out of my way so I don't mark it up. And you could do this with a fine liner too, but I'm just using my marker here. We'll line a black line there, and maybe one right about here. May not be straight, but we will see. Whoops. There. And maybe another one up in here. And this just makes it look more like plaid. Now let's put a couple of lines on this. Like this way, and maybe over here. Like that. So I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. So we want to do something similar on my watercolor paper on the smooth side. This is, I've already marked it up. So let's use this as a guide, and I'm going to do the vertical stripes going this way first. And I started doing the horizontal first, and I think it was Renee. She's in here tonight. She stopped me and said, don't you want to do the vertical first? And I'm really kind of glad I listened to her. So we're going to get my painter's tape out. And you know what? I put it over here. There it is. painter's tape from, who was it that sent me this? Juanita? Journey. Journey sent me 3 rolls of painter's tape. You know, and this can run about $5 a roll. Bless her heart. So we're going to do, let's see, we're going to tape off the verticals first. So we want a little over here. We're taking off, well, I guess I painted the whole thing orange. Sorry, we're going to paint it orange first. Sorry. And got red and a little yellow. Yeah, whoops. And you have to put up with me because I'm still learning. I'm still learning what I'm doing. Here, let's use this yellow too, rather than that. I'm running out of that bright yellow. I'm going to keep that gold yellow. Whoops. All right. So, and I think I put, did I not swipe that on with a tag? Let me see what I have here. I think I used, yeah, I did, because here's my, I painted it this way, I think, with my tag. And I just dumped my paint on the paper. This is the smooth side, and we're going to paint the whole thing orange first. Becky says, Howie Zoomy time. Oh dear, and now you probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Brenda says, I startled awake at 6:15 and thought it was tomorrow. I ran through the house to get my husband up and off to work, and he wasn't in bed. I'm still confused. Brenda said, I've had a strange day. I got home from church about 12:30. I changed into paint clothes. I poured a glass of tea and I sat down to watch TV before painting props for school. I startled awake at 6:15. Oh, in the evening? And I thought it was tomorrow, and I ran through the house to get my husband up and ready to go to work. Paula says, oh my Brenda, I'll bet you were relieved. Angie says, I'm cold and it's 80 here. Brenda says, I need a piece of tan, green, and gray plaid. I have white sheets. I paint picture backgrounds on for school events. I think I'll stretch a piece and use this technique to paint. Yeah, see, now I want to play with this paper, but Brenda, I do want to paint on fabric. Because I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it to make my little fall gnomes with my fabric. I'm going to use some, and I might do cotton. I was thinking about doing unpainted canvas, but canvas will be kind of thick. Cotton will be a thinner. And by the time you get acrylic paint on it, let's get this gunk off of here. By the time you put acrylic paint on it, it'll be super thick and not that fun to stitch through. And I'll be hand stitching it. Because I don't have my sewing machine out yet. All right. Clean the nozzle off a little. And we're just going to use this to mix, and I could use my palette knife a little too to mix with. Got that gunk underneath my fingernail now. Get it out underneath my fingernail. Angie says I'm cold and it's 80 here. And Becky said, Brenda, you probably won't be able to sleep tonight now. All right, this is tomato red, which kind of has, I think, some orange tones in it. And speaking of tomatoes, boy, we've been finally getting our tomatoes to come through. And I'm not going to put as much yellow on this one that I did that other one, because we really want it to be on the orangey red. Ooh, that's pretty. Orangey red side. Oh, here's my palette knife sitting here. All right, hold on. Let's get this. And I don't care if there are yellow spots in there, white spots. We could maybe paint it with my palette knife in certain areas. Let's see if I can get some off of here. Put my hands in it already. Let's... Yeah. You know what? I'm tempted to go to my brush. This isn't... It's not going where I want it to go. Let's get a brush out. And of course it's wet. I don't like a wet brush. Let me get some paper towel. Now, what you see is brighter. I noticed even when my video processed, my paper is a lot darker than what you see here. You really see a yellow streak in there, or I painted out, but it's more of an orange than what you're seeing. I don't know if it's just the way my phone is recording it. And I don't care if there are paintbrush strikes in here. I just want to get a good coverage on it. Got a lot of paint. Of course, this is an old brush that I use for paste collage too. So the bristles are kind of stiff. And the bristles are stiff on this brush. And so it's scraping it in ways that I don't want. And this, the light shining on it up here, you'll see some shiny spots up in there. That's covered, it's just the light shining on it. Trying to cover up some of this white streaks that I see. But it'll all get covered up anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. And I got a lot left on my brush. Let's get out a paper and smish it on there. Scrap paper here. Just one sheet, please. And we'll just clean my brush. Off here. A lot of paint on that brush. How much paint that was on that brush? Get all that off before I put it back in the water. Now I can put it in the water. I'm going to dry that. And put that up there for now. Let's clean off my palette knife. That's sort of a pretty color of orange. Oh, that spot's on my tablet, not on my paper. Becky said, signing off the computer, will come back on my phone. She's tucked up in bed. Okie dokie, Becky. Brenda says, Becky, I don't sleep much at night as it is. I figure I may go to sleep around 2 or 3 in the morning. It varies for me. Sometimes one night last week I was up all night. And I didn't sleep the next day. I was up all day the next day. I'm going to get tired sometime. I wasn't tired. Just wasn't tired. I was tired when I went out and mowed the lawn. That wore me out, and I was worn out the next day from that. Paula says, I always tell myself I need extra paper to spread extra color onto. You can always use it in some other way. Yeah, just taken. I have my dictionary that I've been spreading paint off in. I haven't used it for a while. I should, is not, that's not it, but it's similar to this. I haven't used it for a while. My dictionary, scrape off paint. I haven't used it because it gets stacked up with the other books. Okay, heat gun alert. Let's get this dry enough to work on. It's craft paint, so it dries pretty fast, but it does take some time. I think I'm caught up with chat, but this is fun to do, this plaid. And I think I have enough of a handle on how to do it that this hopefully will go faster than it did the other night. I might go a little after 10. We'll see. It's almost 9:30. But you're free to go to bed anytime you want. I won't make you stay up to watch me paint plaid. But I want to try an extra technique on this. And by putting those little diagonal lines in. And I'll show you how I think I'm going to do that. This paint has some wet spots, clumpy spots in here. Now, a weaver like Lisa does a lot of weaving. She would probably understand plaid real easy. I had to work it out, and I'm still working it out. And you know, there are a lot of different kinds of plaid. If you Google plaid and just look at the images, you'll see a lot of different designs. I just chose one and went with it. And I think I'll stick with it on this one because I'm happy with it. I'm not going for anything. But it would be fun. It would be fun to do a plaid journal, wouldn't it? Throughout the year and study all the different ways that plaid is designed. With, of course, it's all plaid. But there's different combinations of lines and squares and colors, and it'd be fun just to do a plaid journal and make your own and study the different ways to make it, or paint it. And then if you're like Lisa, you could weave your own plaid. I don't know if Lisa's done any plaid weaving. I know that she's done. Well, she might have done some plaid. I don't know. I'll have to ask her. I would think it would be a little bit, it's not your traditional, well, it's a woven cloth anyway. I'm thinking you gotta have a mixture of warp threads to get the different colors through. Or you might have this section as a section. I don't know how you, Lisa would know. I'm still working out how to do it on paper. Now I see a lot of streaks in here, but by the time I'm done, all those streaks will fall into the background, I think. So I'm not going to worry. I could do another coat on this, but I'm not going to worry about it because I think by the time I do my other painting on top of this, it will blend in. And this is going to bubble up on me. Let's just blot it a little. Now it's pretty dry. Got some little bubbles in here. Blobs where it's a little thicker in there. Not too bad. So this is just the base. All right, I think I can work on, well, no, just when I thought I could. I put my hand in it. Where was that? Right in here. I think those streaks are, is that yellow? No, I guess that's where the brush went. I'm not going to worry about unevenness. I'd worry about it if it was beautiful art, but I'm just playing. All right, so now I'm going to keep my heat gun out. So now I want to start putting the painter's tape on, and let's look at this again for reference. So I start out, yeah. See, I thought I got all that. Let's just blot it. Huh. I thought I dried all that. Something fell over there. Uh-oh, I better pick that up. How did it fall? I'm safe. It was my... But it fell like that. Lucky me. No paint on the rug. Let's get this. I'm not too worried about this stuff because I know it will get covered. I just need an overall. All right, so I want to do, let's move this. I want to do a little orange, and I tape out the orange. I think I actually started over on this side and taped this orange out. So let's do that. And I'm going to tape it right to this wax paper. Right there. And let it fall down. And tape that out. So that orange stripe in there is what this is. And then I have a blue stripe. Well, it's really a gray stripe, and that will be, I'll be painting over this orange. And here's where I need my release paper again. Let's put that pencil. Where's my pencil? Keep this from rolling. And I want to make that stripe in there. So what I'm going to do is this painter's tape, I'm going to cut it into stripes. And I'm just going to put this on here, the release paper, like that. And lucky me, I can tear this painter's tape. And I think, oh, I can tear, I said I could tear the painter's tape. I think I can do 2 pieces here. So let's do another piece here. Whoops. All right, in there. There. And it's release paper, so I can lift it up a little and straighten it out. So I can get several stripes. So hopefully this is all I need. And what we're going to do is cut a strip out of this for this stripe here. So we're just going to cut maybe about a, yeah, maybe about 3/8 of an inch. A little bit over a 1/4 inch. It's just going to be cut off here. And the only reason I put the release paper on there was to help me not get all stuck on my scissors when because I'm going to take this right off and put it on to here, about like that. Now maybe a little skinnier this time. No, maybe about like that. And then we want another black stripe, which would be painted, and so and then we want another. So this black stripe is this one. This painter's tape is that orange stripe. Now we want to leave another orange stripe, which will be painted black. So what you see on here, the orange is going to be where the masking tape is, and the black is going to be where the orange is, if that makes any sense. So there's that. So there's black and orange. Now we want another, we want a black stripe in there. Let me move this over, whole piece over here. So it looks like this. So this will be orange where the black is. The black, and then we need another orange next to it. So we need another one, and that black stripe is narrow. About like that. About like that. Well, maybe come up a little. Over a little like that. So this is black, this is orange. We want another black. So this will be left. So here we are, we're with orange, black, orange, black, orange, black, orange. Now we want to do black, so we want this to be left, and then we're going to put a blue stripe down in there, a blue painter's tape for the orange. Everywhere you see the blue painter's tape, it will be orange, and everything that's orange will be black. It's kind of confusing. So let's cut another strip off here. And I say black, I mean more of a gray black. And then I'll do a black on the piece that goes the other way, I think. So we're doing this stripe right here. So we're just gonna leave. And make sure that your tape is down if you use painter's tape, because if it's not down secure, you might go back in and burnish it down. The paint will get underneath of it. And you can buy that frog tape. I might get some of that frog tape. But I need more painter's tape too. I'll get some more painter's tape. It's time to go to Menards. So we want a stripe here. Maybe right like that. Make sure it's burnished down. I might take my palette knife and burnish that down a little. course, we'll have trouble sometimes with it pulling the paint up, but you can fix that. I think that some people have used, what did they use? A clear gesso? They used something to seal these, and I can't remember what they used along the line here. I was watching a video. But just make sure that your tape is burnished down good to help that paint not to seep underneath. Make sure the edges are down good. Sometimes when you put this tape down, you don't get all the edges down. Okay, now we want another orange, another black stripe. Let's see. Here we go. Orange, black, orange, black, orange, black, orange, black, orange, black. So we're going to need another gap, and we're going to put a wide orange in here. So we're going to put another piece of wide tape there. And then I kind of made it smaller in there because I was running out of room. But let's put a piece of tape here. Let's see, right? Am I right? Yeah, we want this to be painted out, so my tape goes here. Right there. I got it, Mary, I got it. Where did I do with the tape? We want another piece of tape right about there, sort of. Let me tear this off. But see, I kind of stretched that, and see that tape is not burnished down there. Make sure your tape is burnished down on the edges. Otherwise, that paint can seep under it. All right. So now we want black and orange. We want another narrow piece in here. So I'm going to cut this narrow piece off of the other side. Am I? No, I'm going to go with this again because it's easy. We might have to pull two pieces here, but the only reason I put this tape on the painter's tape, the release paper on the painter's tape, is it's easier to cut. Your scissors don't stick to the back of the tape. We pull all of this off anyway. We take all of that off when we're ready to put this down. And we're going to leave another, we're going to leave a wide strip again. Right about there. And then we want, this will be black, orange, black, and we're going to end up with an orange on the end. And then we're going to paint, and I say black, I really want it to be a dark gray. So I'm just going to mix a little dab of white with a lot of black, I think. I had a dark blue, and my black paint is really runny. I have to get me some more black paint that's a strong consistency. Okay, we'll need the painter's tape again. So I think it goes right in there. And this is more narrow than these two are. But I'm ending up with an orange on the end. And that's what this is. This paper's smaller than this. All right, so let's push everything to the side here. And it's, what, about 20 till? I'll go a little bit over 10, but I'm making pretty good progress. We're going to leave this. And we're going to put this aside. I thought I had another piece. I do. And I got it all messy. So let's get another piece of wax paper out. I messed up my other palette. I put that tab on there. All right, let's just pull this. And since my black is really runny, I've been putting my wax paper inside of this lid. So if it runs, the lid kind of catches it, but my wax paper tends to float around too. But at least it doesn't run. I had a problem with it. I put my paint here and it ran over on my edge of my paper. You'll see how runny my black paint is here in a minute. And we're going to mix a gray color. It's really runny. I don't know why. It's so runny. And I just want, and this is super thick. And let's see if I've got a different white here that's not quite so gunky. This is getting down to the bottom. Let's see what I have for white. Is that gloss? No, this is matte. Let's use this one. I'll save this one for jelly printing. Let's shake this up. This is a little runny too. One's thick and one's thin. We just want a dab of white. And let's mix this up. And I really want a dark gray is what I want. Let's see what's going on here. Well, I think I want more white. It's really juicy paint. I'm not sure why this paint is so juicy. I haven't figured that out. Next time I buy paint, I'm going to shake it at the store. See how juicy it is. There, that's getting it to what I want. It still looks black on my screen, but it's a dark gray here. Maybe just a teeny bit more white. How that paint got so juicy. I haven't figured. There we go. There we go. That's a nice dark gray. And put that on my towel. And let's wash out my brush. Dry it off. I don't care if there's some orange left on this brush. The black will. And this brush, the bristles, they need to be clean. I need to wash this in not Daddy Van's, Murphy's Oil soap. Because I use this as a glue brush, and I use it to varnish with, and anything clunky I've used it for. I don't care if there's a little red left on that. The black will take care of it, or the gray. Now I'm just going to paint this out. That's about the color I want, too. And it's going a lot easier than it did the other night, let me tell you. The other night I had a mess. Oops. And this is a thin paint, so it should dry pretty fast. And it's a matte paint. Do I have any spots here that I want to cover? Now, tomorrow is Monday. Janet Nash is on at 9 Eastern. Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 Eastern. I'm going to try to be up. I don't always make it on Mondays. I have to go get my car license next week. And have to take a driving. I have to get my driver's license renewed, and I'm sure they'll make me do an eye test. I'm a little concerned about it because I'm afraid they're going to make me go get eyeglasses. And I'm going, can I just wear my readers? I'm going to ask her if I can just wear my readers. I don't know if they'll let me do it. I don't think they will. I think they'll make me take them off. I think I could see just fine if I could wear my readers. Okay. Well, we might have to give this another. Let's give it a dry and see if I want to put any more on there. Heat gun alert. Heat gun alert. Allie K says, Meri, make sure you use black paint tonight. Yeah, I'm going to use black. I have black, Allie K. I used navy blue the other night. I grabbed the navy blue is so dark that it looks black. It didn't look black to you guys because you got the light hitting the page. But for me, the way I saw it, it looked black, and I couldn't figure out why it wasn't turning the gray color I wanted. It wasn't turning gray because it was navy blue. It wasn't black and white. So Allie K says, Meri, make sure that you have the black tonight. Good night, Becky. Did Becky actually go to bed? I thought she was going to go watch on her phone. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. They're saying good night to Becky. Oh, Becky did say good night, all. She said good night, so she's calling. She wants to be up to watch Janet Nash. And if you watched me earlier, you saw what I was going to do for my zine for Janet Young's. I've got to message Janet Young now. I wasn't sure I was going to do the Mother Goose zine swap because I just wasn't sure I was going, but now I'm inspired. So I'm going to be working on that, I believe. I think I'll work on it online. But Tuesday, well, let's go through Monday. Monday is Dee Dee at 8:30 Eastern, Janet Nash at 9 Eastern, Janet Young at 12 Eastern, 1 Central. I finally got that straightened out. And then I think there's somebody on in the Monday afternoon, but I usually don't watch videos on Monday afternoons. I'm either stitching with my friends or in my St. Louis friends, or I have things that need to be done, like I got to go get my car license tomorrow and get my driver's license renewed by the end of August, so that has to be done. And then I don't know if Lisa's My Eclectic Life is going to come on tomorrow night. Her regular night is Monday nights when she streams. She's been taking a bit of a break. All right, this is nice and dry. Dry enough to pull the tape. It's a little damp in there. Let's dry this off a little bit more. Allie K says, tell them your readers are eyeglasses. They won't know the difference. I'll say, can I wear my eyeglasses, please? I'll try, Allie K. They'll probably look at my license and say, oh, did you have that requirement on your license? Let's put it on there. But first you have to go to the optometrist and pay $200 to get your eye test and buy new glasses. I hope I don't. Because that's an added expense that I'm not really up for this month. All right. So now what we want to do is hopefully pull this tape, and hopefully it will pull nice. We'll see. It did not pull very nice on my copy paper, so I'm hoping that on watercolor paper it will pull nicer. and we shall see. So far, so good. It's got a little pink there that come off of the edge. So far, it's pulling nice, isn't it? And I'm going to save this because I need to go on the other side. So there is that one. That pulled pretty nice. And let's just put it over here. Hopefully I can save it without ruining everything here. We'll see. It curls up on me pretty fast. Hold the phone. I'll probably have to put more tape on it anyway because it's not the full length of the paper, but let me tack this down here. Okay, now let's do this one, maybe from this end. Did I want to do that? Oh, I'm pulling the little. So this is the gray here, and I'm pulling the small stripe. Now I got a little bleeding in there. A little bleeding, but I don't mind that too much. I can go in and take care of that if I need to, absolutely. Need to. Let's put that one down. And now we're going to pull this one. And this one is sticking to the wax paper. Let's pull it on this side. Seems like it wants to pull off of the wax paper there. But it's doing okay on the paper itself. It's going pretty nice. It's pulling a lot better on this watercolor paper than it is. Well, it's got a little bleeding there. Than it did on the copy paper. It just tore. It just tore the copy paper all off. But on this watercolor paper is a stronger paper, and it's pulling a lot nicer. Whoops, I got a brush in the way over here. Goes out of the way. Now we got another gray stripe and a thin stripe here. Got a fly running around here. And the thin stripes are tending to bleed a little bit more. I don't know if I just didn't get that. You know, I cut that with my scissors too. So it might be that I just have some unevenness where I cut. I got some bleeding going on here. But not too bad. Not bad enough to worry about. So there's that. Now we've got another gray stripe. Now we want another wide orange stripe. Well, let's pull this one. Pulling the whole tape here. Might have to throw this piece away. It's splitting. The tape is splitting. The paper's fine. Well, it got bleeding going on there. But not, oh, and it pulled a spot there of orange. I think that's where I had a big blob. I might have enough orange to fix that. Let's see. Let's throw this tape away. Let's see what I have on this. I don't know if it's all dried in here. No, there's some wet. Let's just take and put a little paint over that. And we'll let that dry. And I should probably put that brush in the water. And we're going to let that strip dry a little. We're going to pull this one, which bled in there. So as I'm observing this, it tends to bleed more on my thin tape lines. So if you're doing an artistic job, you could get different sizes of artist tape. And I'm just using painter's tape that I cut. So, you know, it's not doing a professional job here. And let's pull this one off. Just pulling on my wax paper there. Come on. There we go. The white stripes seem to have a nicer, cleaner edge. And all these that you see here are gray paint. Dark gray paint is what you're seeing. All right. Now, hopefully let's hit that spot with the heat gun in here. That was really the only paper pull right there that actually pulled on the paper. On my copy paper, it pulled it all over the place. I just about threw it away. But I kept going, and I'm glad I did. Okay, we want to pull this one now. Oh, spoke too soon. Got a little paper tear here. Let's see if I can stop it. No, it's going to tear. Let's pull on the other side. We can mend that. Paint over it. Now it's got some... This one didn't do as nice as the others, but it's okay in here. Now... That's not too bad. We'll save that one. Now let's bend these just with my finger. Meri, don't you like the finger paint? Somebody asked me that the other day. What was I doing? I didn't want to get my fingers all dirty, and they said, don't you like the finger paint, Meri? Well, yeah, I do, but not all the time. Let's grab some of this wet paint and fill in my gaps here. Right in here a little. This will probably be covered up when I do the other side. So there we go. There's that. This is not, and I could mend that, just I pretty much have used all my orange paint. I smeared it out on my paper. I should have saved it. But we're going to turn this around now, and we're going to do this side. Yeah, let's put this, actually, let's get my paper out again, and I'm done with my gray. I want to do black now, I think. So this, we're not going to waste it. We're not going to waste it. We're going to take what's here and paint. Let me move this so I don't. Let's just paint this. We'll have a painted paper for something or other. And I'll throw this away, and we'll use a plain black. We won't add white to it. So actually what I'm doing here is studying how to make a plaid, paint a plaid. You're going to see me doing this on fabric, and I do think I'm going to do it on a cotton fabric versus canvas fabric, because I want to make gnomes. All right, we're going to throw this away. The only reason we put it in that lid is because my paint is so juicy. And so let's put another wax paper in there. Here's my so we're just going to put another wax paper liner in here just to catch my black paper. My black paint, I'm sorry. And I guess I could fold this underneath a little. Oops, what did I do? I'm going to give myself a... Wait a minute. I was going to give myself a super chat. Nope. Why, thank you, Meri, for the super chat. That was kind of you. Stop. You're missing some blue tape. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm orange, black, 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 orange. And this is all paint. This is not tape. Here. I'm fine, Allie K. So now I want to put a piece of painter's tape You missed a piece of tape. I think she was thinking about this last piece. I did a last piece in here because I had it this way. I put a spot on there, so I left this piece to pull last, and I dried that off a little bit more, and then I pulled it. I don't know what that blue thing hanging off the top. Blue thing hanging off of the top. Oh, that's just a, well, yeah, that's a little, yeah. There you go. Is that what you were talking about? Allie K, you got a good eye. That was actually where my tape overlapped on the piece that was release paper tape. I got it, Allie K. Thank you. Toward the top left, I think I see it. We got it. We got it. All right. I thought she meant that I missed an entire strip. She saw that in there. That was a good catch, Allie K. I gotta learn to listen to my viewers, huh? They're smart, let me tell you. You know, it's a whole different story, watching and doing. It's easy to see things when you're out there watching. When you're doing, it's not as easy. You just ask anybody who streams. But I do appreciate it. I appreciate it. I've got to learn to listen to you guys. Meri, you missed a spot. Now, let's see if I can get this down here as even as I can. So it's going to start out being an orange stripe. And you know what? I pulled that off of my roll instead of let's turn this wax paper around because I got a tear there. Let's put it this way. Where the tear's over here now. And, oh, and I can see I don't have it. And look, see, this is catching on. Oh, dear. It's going to tear it. I don't want it to tear it. And I haven't even painted it yet, and it's tearing it here at the end. I'll have to fix it. See, I can't see. Maybe I need to stand up. I can't see that from my viewpoint. I can't see the top of the paper there. Hold the phone. The paper's the tape is rolling up on itself. Get it clear up to the top of the paper. Up higher. And it fell back on itself here. What did it do? There. That's pretty good. Not perfect. So we're going to have orange. We're going to do orange and then a strip of black that we're going to leave. Then we want a white orange strip in here. So we're going to leave a strip and then we want a narrow piece. So let me pull one of these narrow ones. Right in here about. Maybe I'll make these a little more narrow. We have ride strips here. Maybe when I go this way, I'll make these more narrow. Maybe about like that. Yeah. And the thing about using tape that you've already used is I'm wondering if it'll burnish down as nice. We'll see. And of course, it's not as long. I've got about an inch. Let's pull another one and finish it off here. Right there. All right. And we'll save that one for pull-offs. Paula says, yay! Paula says, sorry, I accidentally stopped my video. Hi, Valerie. Valerie says, especially live. Yeah, going live, when you're editing, when you're doing a standalone, you can always edit out your mistakes, you know, and I may not have found that until later, but I could have edited it out and, you know, could have fixed it by editing it. But when you're live, your mistakes are live. But I don't mind you guys yelling at me and saying, stop, Meri, you're messing up. You missed this or you missed that. I don't mind that. I may not agree with you all the time, but you see things that I don't because you're watching and I'm trying to concentrate and talk and, you know, no, I don't want this. I'm just guessing. I don't want it. And I'm going to pull it a little so it'll stick to the paper. Maybe about like that. Yeah, about like that. So it's more wide than tall. It's wider than it is tall. And I think I want it a little shorter yet. More like so. How is that? Yeah. And let's burnish this down good. And again, I'm going to be short. Well, just a little, but it's torn in there. And see, it's got gunk hanging off of the end of it. Now, let's take this piece off. I don't think that's going to give me a clean. That's not going to give me a clean edge. So we'll use this to finish off the edges if we need it. And you know, it's just painter's tape. It comes on a big thick row. I'm getting toward the end, so I'm trying to be careful how much I use. But, whoops, I knocked you guys over. It's better to use as much as you need than not. And look, I got this kind of crooked. Let's see if I can get this straighter. You guys probably noticed that too. And Allie says, should I tell her? Should I tell her? Will she yell at me? All right. So we want another blue strip, and I was using let's pull it off of the row here. Pull it off of the, it's easier to handle as one piece. And I was working on getting it more narrow than wide. About like that. And see, this has a nice clean edge to it, so maybe I'll continue using, but I might use make sure that this is all burnished down. And let's see, so we have orange, black, orange, black, orange, black, orange. Now we're ready for a narrow black one and another orange. So we need another orange strip here. But we want a narrow black. And everything is orange, that's orange on this paper is going to be black. And where I'm putting the painter's tape is going to be orange in the end. That's kind of a thick black line. Let's see if I can do that better without... Let's see, I made that too thick. Let's see if I can take this up again. And this is probably something you don't want to do a lot because you want this to be burnished down nice, but I got that too wide. And the more you lift up and put down and lift up and put down, you know. Maybe about like that. That's what's going to go down. It's still a little wide, but it's okay. All right, let's burnish that down. So now we've just done this black line. We're ready for an orange in here, and now a wide black, and we're ready for another narrow orange. So let's try one of these. So we got black and a narrow orange. Let's see, I was making these smaller. That one's too wide. This one's narrow. This one's too wide, but we're going to leave it. I'm still practicing. See how much wider this one is? This way. Then this one is shorter. This one's taller. This one should have been shorter. But I'm not going to go back and change it all. All right. That goes there. Get that burnished down as much as you can. And we got a little end piece here to do. Now another black stripe. And then an orange stripe. And we might have to put a little bit of orange down here. We'll see. We'll see what, I mean, a little bit of black down here. Let's do another black stripe, which would be in here. No, I think we'll be fine. About like that. Maybe down a little. Let's pull it off of the row. Making note, if I go to get my car license tomorrow, I need to stop at Dollar General and get me some more painter's tape. How is that? Maybe up a little? And you could mark all this off. Well, you'd have to mark it off after you painted it, but I'm not that particular on this. It's just me having fun. And now I'm going to put a little piece of tape here because that's too wide down at the bottom for me. And so we've got black, orange, black. We'll have another narrow orange and I mean a narrow black. I said orange, I meant black. I'll put it right in here and we'll end up with an orange stripe. Whoops. Hold on, I don't have this straight because I didn't take it off the roll. Let's put this down better. I'll put this out of the way. Now I want to show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something different when I paint my black lines than I did on this other piece. Don't be picky, Meri. Okay, Allie. Paula says she's making diamonds throughout. Can you imagine trying to do this in an argyle pattern? Oh my goodness. Oh, that would be fun. Don't get me started. All right, we want just a little narrow orange. I mean, a narrow black is what I'm saying. I'm putting orange on here. Orange is where the painter's tape is. Black is where the orange is. And let's pull this up one more time because I don't have it straight. And straighten it out a little more here. Whoops. Needs to come over. There. Well, it's still a little in there, but that's okay. All right. So the first thing we are going to do, though, is burnish everything down. You could sit here and play with it forever. Make sure your tape is down good. This is watercolor paper that kind of warps. But, you know, I think fabric would kind of buckle up on you, too, once it's wet. It isn't going to lay flat. All right. So I want to paint a straight black on here first. And I need to know, I need to be careful. I'm not going to just smear all across here because I need to know where my oranges stop and begin on this. So I could do it afterwards, but I'm going to do it now, I think. So we're going to use straight black. And everything that's orange is going to be black. And even I'm going to paint over these gray lines too. So part of the gray in here where it's taped there, and where it's taped here will still be gray. This area here will be gray. This short line will be gray. This area up in here will be gray. But these in here will be black and black, little black in there, black there on the stripes going down. And of course, the stripes across will be all black. Yeah, this will be black, but that has tape over it here, this little narrow piece. So that underneath of this narrow piece will still be gray. You'll see. And my paint is so juicy, I'm not going to squirt out a whole lot. And let's get my brush. And I don't like a wet brush, so I kind of like to blot it. The paint's juicy enough. But I am going to be more careful when I paint this because I want to know where my squares are on this. And there's a reason for that. So I know I'm going to try to leave that narrow strip of gray to remind me where the gray is. I'm going to try to. Well, I kind of messed up there, but And we're going to let this dry. I think. Now this part is going to be kind of new to me. So give me a break while I figure this out. Let me just finish this. This isn't the hard part. I'm just painting the black areas. And this black paint is a little thin, so I want to make sure that I got pretty good coverage. I've got some edge over here I'm going to darken out. And if I can still see the orange under it, I know I haven't got good coverage on it. And it's drying pretty fast. All right, now I want to dry this. Let's put I don't think I want this anymore. We'll see. Now this part is going to be kind of tricky for me. I have to think about this. Because it's all orange underneath in my tape. And I've got gray strips coming under here, but every part that's gray under here, under my tape, is covered up. So that works for me. I'm going to experiment up here in the corner first before I do anything, because this part that I'm going to do next, I haven't done before. I've done it in my head, and you know how that goes. I see a little orange there, but I'm not going to worry about it. I see a little orange there. All right. So I know that under here is a piece of tape with black, it's gray under here, under this strip. Well, let's show you here. If I pull this up now, I see orange, and then over in here, I should see gray. Oops, and of course I smudged it, but don't worry about the smudges. So what I think I want to do here, I painted this whole strip. This will be gray, this will be black, this will be, with that little point in there will be gray, black, gray, black, gray, with the strip going that way. So I think that all I want to do, and we're going to remove my black paint here. I'm just going to toss it. I'm not going to try to save that. And I'm going to put some white paint in there. And where's my wax paper? Now this is the part that I'm not too sure of. And it might give me an effect different than what my head is thinking. But this is how we learn. This is how we learn, she says. And I'm just going to put this wax paper in here so it doesn't spill out on my paper. And close up my black and get my white out. My white is real juicy too. I don't know why. How juicy that is. In this case, it might not be a bad thing. Now, what I want is maybe even a piece like this might work. Let's, no, I want something stiff. Yeah, like a tag, but not a wide one. Like one of those pin plus gear tags that I probably tossed. Hold on. Let me get one of these new pin packages. And that Dee Dee sent me some gel pins. I just want the backing off of it. Let me open these gel pins up. That's what I want. I'll put the gel pins in my drawer. Thank you, Dee Dee, for the gel pins. We're not going to use them here. And let's see. I don't think I want it quite that wide. Let's cut it here. And actually, I think I want it a little more narrow. Yeah, a little bit more. And we'll throw these away. And what I want to do, whoops. Now, what I'm thinking here, I'm not sure this is going to work. I'm going to dip the edge of this, and I just want to make some diagonal lines across here. And I want them a little closer together. So this is my experiment. I'm not sure what it's going to look like in the end. And of course, these I wanted to go across here too, so I could be going like, and we'll just fix this. Cover both areas here. And we'll dry this, or it'll probably be dry by the time I'm done. And every place that has tape on it, the gray underneath will not show. Now I can go across this. Whoops. And don't mind because this is experimenting, so I'm going to mess up and put in places. This is pretty thick here. I want more of a slender line. And you could probably use a gel pen too to do this. But I thought I would try it with paint. I could use my fine liner, might be even better. Let's try the fine liner. Might be even better. I have a little bit more control with a fine line. It's still kind of thick, but it might give me a better line. And don't worry about it coming off in here because this is tape. So let's just go clear across the tape, clear across there. And as I do this and understand what I'm doing, I'll get better at it. What I want are diagonal lines, but my lines are a little more straight. I'm getting better with the fine liner than I did in there. But we'll just continue this. Let's just relax a little and draw them. And this isn't what I want. These aren't the right angle. But I'm going to finish this stripe this way. And we'll do another stripe down here, maybe at a different angle, until I learn. until I learn. This is all a learning process. And we're going to see what happens when I lift these tapes to see how it looks. Because I'll be pulling off all the starts and stuff. These in here won't be that great. I kind of didn't know what I was doing there. I like the fine liner a lot better. And don't worry about the stop and starts dots on here because they're on the tape. They'll be pulled off. And this isn't the angle that I really want, but we're going to finish it. And they don't have to be white. They could be another color. I'm using white because that's what I have out. Let's move this. All right, so let's go at a different angle here. I wanted more of a diagonal line like this. This is more what I want. And here again, this is an experiment. So we're going to take it for what it is, an experiment. And that's what I could repaint those black lines in there, and I might do that. I might let that dry or dry it a little and paint that whole area black again and do more like this, because this is more what I want. And I might be here a little while, you guys. Whoops, I'm changing my angle again. I want it to be this way, about 45 degrees. And remember, this is all tape in here, except for the black. And I can repaint all of that. I might lift that up and paint it out. Whoops, my angles. I tend to want to change my angle. Okay, now we're going to do two at once, like up here, but I want my angles to go really at a slant. And I'm going to come clear over. Whoops. I got to get used to doing that longer line like that. And you could pretend it's kind of dotted in there, but you could say, well, that's the thread, you know, it's a thread running through your fabric. I tend to change my angle. I want it more slanty. I tend to want to go taller. I mean straighter. All right, we have just one little piece down here to do. That looks kind of weird now, but just wait till I pull the tape. I think this is going to work. I'm not happy with that. I'm going to paint that out. And since I have tape on there, I can do that. I threw my black paint away, but I'll get some more out. Got a bare line in there. All right, let's wipe my tip off, put the cap back on for now. We'll be using this again. So now I'm going to try to blot this part out. Don't worry about it if it's blotty, because I'm going to paint this whole section out again. It's all going to be black. I just want to get the blobs out of there. The thick blobs of the white. And where the beginning and endings of this line is on tape, so that'll be pulled up. Now I'm going to take this white, and I'm not going to try to save it because I'm concentrating on what I'm doing, not on saving paint. And we're going to put some more wax paper in there and put some black, and we're going to paint this out. Pull that over a little. My desk is kind of at a slant, so if you put paint down on here, it would run. And that's why I'm putting wax paper, and I'm putting in this cap. The purpose of using the cap is that it'll keep the paint from running. And I'm putting the wax paper in it just to keep the cap clean. Let's put some black. That's probably more than I need. I'll be glad when that stuff is gone. Let's get my brush out and blot it in. Blot it down. Now, I might need to do a couple coats on this to cover that white, but we're just going to paint all of this out again. And I'm going to redo this section in here. Yeah, let's dry that and give it another coat just to make sure that we got it. And I don't know if this is going to give the effect that I want, but I think it is. I think it might be working. Alrighty. Now let's give this another coat of black just to make sure I got the white adequately covered. We might need some more. I just how juicy that is. It came from the store that way. I didn't add anything to it. And my white is juicy too. They did not get a good formula in this paint when they mixed it. They did not get, they got too much juice in it. Alrighty, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's throw this away because I don't want to put my hands in it. And let's give this another dry. You're learning along with me? I'll tell you, I learn a lot by just experimenting. And I make a lot of mistakes. Just ask Allie Kay. Just ask Allie Kay. She knows I make a lot of mistakes. But that's how you learn too. If you make a mistake, sometimes you learn from your mistakes. And sometimes your mistakes turn into discoveries. Not all the time. But sometimes when you make a mistake, it's a happy accident. And by the time I've done all that, most of these are dry. Most of these little blobs. But they'll be pulled up. If you start and end your fine liner on the tape itself, when you pull the tape, you'll pull all these little starting and ending blobs from your fine liner. You can really do a lot of creative things with those starting and ending blobs. Some people don't like them, but I've learned to like them. All right, and it depends on what you're doing too. You know, in this type of art that we're doing, those starting and ending blobs don't really make a big concern. Aren't a big concern, but all right, we don't want to lose my cap. Let's give it a little. All right, now I want to go at an angle this way. So we're going to start there off of the paper, and it's a little bit harder in here. It'll get easier as I go. And doing the longer lines is a little bit harder for me than the shorter lines. But this looks a lot better than it did. The lines look better. They're not perfect, but and I want them pretty close together. I'm still working on that. And the reason I get these little dots in there is that I'm not pressing down on my fine liner. I'm just kind of letting it flow, and it's not flowing consistently. If I press on my fine liner all the way across the line, it flows a little better. Not perfect, but I'm not pressing on this very hard because I don't want a big, long, solid, a 3-inch line. I want little, they almost look like little stitches, don't they? Which is kind of what you want if you're painting fabric. Just pretend those are little running stitches in there. And I think the more I do this, the better I'll get at it. This is my first attempt on doing this. You know, this is the second attempt at painting the plaid and saying, oh, I need a stronger paper so it doesn't rip this much. And you learn as you go. All right, I'm going to call that done. Let's wipe this tip off a little. And we're done with the fine liner. Let me screw the cap. But when you screw the cap back on, kind of give it a, if you clean that nozzle a little with your little wire in there to hopefully be better for next time. All right, we're going to take and dry this a little because I I'm going to pull that tape and we're going to see what happened in here. And I'm going to start pulling the tape from the bottom, and we'll let this dry a little more. I'll turn it around, but I want to get a little of this dry. All right, we'll just let that set and let me turn my paper around like this, right? Because I'm going to pull up here first. This is what we just redid. So let's see what happens when I pull the tape. This is the defining moment. So the orange won't have any stripes on it because we taped it out. When we hit that gray, it won't have any stripes because that's been taped out. This whole line here where the tape won't have any white lines, right? And look, I'm pulling out, when I'm pulling the tape, I'm pulling all these little lines in here, the starting and ending blocks. Yeah, it's pulling kind of hard there. And it's pulling, the tape is pulling nice off there. Now we've got a solid black line with little white stitches in it, a narrow line. And then we've got another orange line where this tape is. And this is exactly the effect I think I was going for. Because see, I just want little stitch lines in there. Now, I could come back in and paint this out a gray color again. But we're going to leave it like that for now. And you can do different things. Let's just see the overall effect of this after we pull all the tape. This is kind of an experiment to see how those little diagonal lines would look in there. And I'm not sure you can see them. Can you see those little white stitch lines in there? That's pretty narrow. You'll see them better on the next piece, on the wider piece. I'm going to throw these tapes away. All right, this is a painted black line with white stitches. And then inside of here is an orange line. So let's pull this. Yeah, and see it pulled a little paper there. But we'll cover that up. We'll take care of it. I think I would like maybe when I do my painting the next time, I think I'll put a piece of tape down. I'll have to figure out where my underneath lines are. Maybe mark them before I put my tape down. So I think I would like these. I could go in there and just paint that black. Maybe do it with my marker. We'll see. I'm not sure I like one strip here. I think I would like just, you know, either paint these out and leave these, or paint this out and leave those, if you know what I'm saying. But it's a way to figure out. I'm happy that it's working and that I know I'm putting diagonal stitch lines in here. But I've got them going clear across when I think I would rather have blocks of color in here. But this is a way to experiment with it. And I could, I'm not going to because it'll be extra work. You know, I could put more tape this way and paint again, but let's not do that tonight. This is, I'm happy with what's happening here. We got another wide strip here. Yeah. Now I think on that other one that I did, on this one, I sprayed walnut ink on it. That's how I got all these darker colors in here and kind of got a sheen on this. I don't know if that came from the walnut ink. It almost looks like it has a sheen or a shine on it. We're going to spray walnut ink on this, but we're going to also put some more marks in here, like our white lines. Our white lines really define this. So let's see. I think I got another narrow one in here. Allie K would see it. She said, Meri, you forgot a piece. And looks like I got some smears on there. The little things for my experimenting doesn't matter to me. What will be interesting to see is how all of this works on fabric. And what would really be interesting is before I do it on fabric, to go get some fabric paint or even use this, where is it here? I bought it when I was watching Paint Girly. We have this, what is it called? I've got it here. Let me get it out. I'm looking for it. It's not the varnish. Oh, I did varnish. Did I varnish this? No, I didn't varnish that. I think that came from my walnut ink. Wait a minute. Let me find this other that I'm looking for. Here. This GAC 900. This is a painting medium to heat set fabric. But you can use this and mix it with your acrylic paints, and it turns it into kind of like a fabric paint. And you heat set it. I can heat set it with my heat gun. I'm not going to wash that fabric because I'm just going to make gnomes out of it. This is really, we're really testing a piece to paint fabric with, is what we're doing here. Let me pull this one. And don't worry about those. I think by the time I mark all this up again, all of that will be taken care of. I'm pretty happy with that. Now, what do I want to do? I guess I could have really had this thinner in here, because I went thinner down here. I made some of these. Well, where did I make them thinner? Over here, I guess. I didn't, I tried to go thinner on some of these. These seem pretty tall to me. Let's turn this around again. It makes more sense to me this way. Now what I want to do, and I wish I had, well, I have red out here, but I don't think it's even going to show up too much on the, let's play with my fine liners a little. Let's see, I think I have a red, if I can reach in there. I got that box of books in the way, but I might be able to open it enough to grab something. That's an empty one. That's black and white, yellow and black. Here's a red. Let's see if that works even. Sometimes they get all stopped up on me. Feels pretty clean, but that's not saying it's clean. Oh yeah. So let's try a red line down this way. And I'm just going to do it with my, I'm going to pretend that it's going under the black lines there. And it's just going to be hand drawn. Let's do one there and one here. Let's leave this, the wide orange lines, I mean the orange, the thinner orange lines. Let's go back over here. Let's do one here. I need to do more play with these fine liners. I enjoy using them. I haven't used them in a while. We're going to leave that. We're going to come over here. Now you could even get creative in here and put dots, but I've never really seen dots on a plaid, but all right. And since I started in the middle, I'm going to turn this around. We're going to leave that and we're going to put one in here. And you could get more creative with this by letting everything dry and come in and put in some, you know, some green, but I'm not going to. I'm going to put in some white lines, and then we're going to spray it with walnut ink, and that will kind of give it a vintage feel, I think. The white lines, I really do think that the white lines on here are really what defined all of this in here. And I put the white lines down the black, well, I put them down the black verticals that way and the horizontals. So let's do that here. Let's see what happens. Let's see, we're going to go down these and across these with my white fine liner. So, and I think I just went down the center of them. So here goes. Whoops. I could start off the page with this, but my paper's kind of warped, so I'm gonna have a little bit of a dot. And of course, because I'm drawing, my lines aren't going to be perfectly straight, especially when I'm going that way. They're straighter when I come here, but I get that dot there. But you know, fabric itself, unless you're stretching it very, very tight, fabric itself does not have, it has straight lines, but the fabric has a give and a take to it. So this actually looks like fabric that's just kind of laying on your desk. It's not stretched tight and perfect. So the squiggly lines in here don't matter too much. All right, so now we're going to come down these, and I made these black lines more narrow. Whoops, and I turned my page here. Whoops, that's not good. Let's kind of do that way and that way. And I actually think I'm going to put one here just to kind of square this out a little. We're going to leave the black lines alone, and we're going to put one this way and this way. I'm kind of liking that. And it really needs a black line on here too. And I used my marker Let's see if I can get, I have a black fine liner. I don't know if it's working, but we're going to test it and see. Let me put the lid back on this. I forget to do that. Let's get out my black fine liner and see if I can put some black fine lines on this. I had it out and I put it back in. There's the gold. They're starting to, here's a green. We could go Christmassy. I think I'll leave the green off, but green actually goes into plaid. Argyle. Here's a blue. Argyle. Now you guys got me thinking about Argyle. There's the empty one. Where's the black one? I had it here. Another yellow one. What did I do with the black one? Oh, it looks like it's getting empty. It's squeezed there. I might have to refill that guy. I don't even know if he'll work. Do I have another black one? I've got another black one. Let's use that. This, see how squeezed that is in there? I don't know if you guys can see. That's pretty empty. I'll put him back and hope this one works. And I don't know, green. Should I put green on there? What did Paula say? I agree. Paula says excited for the big reveal. She's keeping us in suspense. I was just thinking that, Paula. Fancy plaid. Yeah, it's the more you do on this, the more you learn. I don't know if this one's going to work. We're going to see. No, I think so. If I can get paint down in it. Uh-oh. Oh, there it comes. All right. So where am I going to put my black lines? I put red there. I could run a black line right along the red lines. Or maybe on the other side of the red lines. Here. And we're going to go over everything with our black line. We're not going to try to go underneath. We're going over everything. And here, oops, it's squiggly because my hand hit the paper over on the other side and it made my line go squiggly. And let's do one here. And I'm going to turn it around because I started in the center with those. And I did one there. So I want to do one here. And one over here. Oh, that's really squiggly. You'd probably want to tape this down. You'd probably want to tape this down when you do this because my paper was moving. And wait for it to dry. I get impatient. Now I'm thinking about that green. Because, you know, plaid does have green in it too. And I'm thinking about running the green underneath in here. But run them underneath these gray lines. Let's see if it even works. I don't use green much. And I'm untaking the cap off. I don't want that. Sometimes I have to get my pliers out. And sometimes I unscrew the orange and not the white. If I just hold on to it there. And there we go. It feels open. Usually when I do that, if it doesn't pop up and down very fast, I know it's probably plugged up. Let's see what the green does. Oh, it's going. Now I said I was going to run the green along the black. Actually, I could put the green in the center pieces here. Let's do that. And let's paint it in pretty thick. And I said I was going to go over. I think I will. I'll go over the black and the white. And I probably shouldn't go over wet paint, but I just did. And we're just going to go down the center of these center lines. And I'm trying to make a thicker line by just kind of painting in my line, going over it, scratching up and down, rather than just trying to make one line. And I don't like dragging the point of my tip through wet paint. It will clog it up. All right. So let's put another another green here right at the edge. Hold on to it there. And over the white, I'm going to kind of lift my point up so I don't drag it through the white. So lift my point up and just let it run over it. There. I don't like dragging the point of my fine liner over wet paint. All right. I should have started at the end there. So we went in the center on the edge. I think I want to go, do I want to leave this? Or do I want to put a green line in there? Let's go. I could go in the center, maybe closer to the black. And we're gonna paint another green line in here. Go over that white line. And scratch a green line on there. Can you see the green? I may be getting too much on here, but I'm playing. This has me fascinated. Just think of all the different plaids. Go out and Google the word plaid. And look, I'm plugging it up. Let's see if this is what happens when you drag it through wet paint. It plugs up the nozzle. Don't plug up the nozzle. There. I'm going to hold it up in the air a little bit more. And we want to go down the center here. I'm not touching the paper with this. And we want to go close to the black line. Whoops. I'm going to go close to the black line here. Holding it up in the air is a little bit harder for me because I don't have the same control as I would as if I were putting my point down on the paper. And there's another black line here. We're just going close to it. Whoops. And it looks like it's getting a little runny in there. Let's do another one. I would like to have those green lines a little thicker, but I'm not going to worry about it here. I'm just going to do it. My nozzle is not touching the paper because I don't want to drag it through wet paint. And let's do it one more time down here. I am pretty happy with this. I want to go out and study all the different plaids now. Now, the last thing that we want to do, and it's after 11. I think I've lost a lot of you. But the last thing that I want to do is spray it with walnut spray. And my walnut spray, well, it's got quite a bit in it. Let's see what happens. I'm going to leave the wet paint wet, and we're just going to hit it with walnut spray, and that's what darkens it. Isn't that neat? This is fun. This is the fun part, let me tell you. It really is fun for me to do this. My sprayer is not the best sprayer. I bought some at the Dollar Tree the other day, but they're out in the car. Now, I think these came from Dollar Tree. And actually, they're not bad sprayers. This one's lasted me quite a while. Usually they clog up on me. This one is, maybe if I hold it a little straighter, it'll spray better. The little thing down here needs to be catching liquid. And if I put it this way, it's not catching. If I slant it too much, it's not catching a liquid. If I hold it a little straighter, it catches the liquid. That's going pretty good. Isn't that cool? I'm just going to give it a good old spray because walnut ink will dry lighter. In fact, we could stop here and hit it with the heat gun and you'd see it dry a little lighter. We'll give it another layer of walnut spray. And actually, I'm liking my little white stitch lines in there now. I don't know what they look like to you, but I see them really plain. And I'm actually liking them. I'm going to play more with those little white stitch lines. Maybe if I put them in while I'm doing the gray stripes, that might work better for me than putting them on the black stripe. Try different things. We'll try different things. And remember, we're spraying walnut spray, which is an alcohol spray on acrylic paint. So it's going to tend to puddle in areas, especially when I have a warped paper. But I kind of like that effect too. And it does give it a nice, we're going to give it another layer of walnut ink. It gives it a nice, what do I want to say? A nice texture to it, a nice feel. See, it kind of puddled in there. My paper is not taped down. I moved this paper around so much to tape it down. I'd have to pull all the tape off every time I wanted to move it. So I don't mind the warp too bad on something like this. If I was doing a nice watercolor, I'd probably want to tape my water paper down so it wouldn't warp so much when it gets wet. It's going to be interesting to see how fabric reacts with this. And I was going to do it on canvas, but I think a plain white cotton would be better. And I might not do this right away on the fabric. But I've got all fall to play with this. Because I need to go get some plain white. Well, I could probably tear up an old sheet, but maybe go to the thrift store and see if there's any white sheets in there. Or maybe just go buy a yard of white cotton. Or muslin. Muslin would work too. Alright, we're going to give this another layer of walnut paint, walnut spray. And the more layers of the walnut ink is permanent. So the more layers you give it, the darker it's going to get. It dries lighter. Yeah. I'm trying to keep my nozzle clean as I'm spraying here. It's starting to spit at me again. Come on. It's getting empty. See how much I've used? And when I tip it that way, that little thing can't get a hold of what it needs. I'll refill my walnut ink thing tomorrow again. I want it a little bit more up in here, I think, if I can. Give it a good old spraying. I think I'm pretty happy with that. I got a white area right there that I'm not happy with. Let's see if I can blot that a little. Oh, I made it worse. Now it's gray, but we'll leave it. I might come in with my black after that's all done. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to leave this like it is. I'm not going to try to dry it again. We're going to leave this as my thumbnail. And I want to thank you all for sticking with me as much as you did. Thank you, guys. Tartan. Sherry Van says, love it. Sherry Van says, I'm here, Meri. Brenda say, turning out good. Allie K says, loving it. Yeah, putting that spray on there really makes a difference, doesn't it? It just kind of, well, it's also, but when it dries, you'll see this, but you won't see it as vivid as you see it now. Let's look at this one. See, look at this one. It dried. This was all puddled, but as it dries lighter. I kind of smeared black paint in there. And so I got white dots up here. I got some white smears in there. But this is the one we did on copy paper. And it turned out pretty good too, didn't it? But this will all dry lighter, and a lot of this, like that, I think I might have to go in there with just a touch of black and touch that white spot up, maybe over in here. But basically, I'm happy with it. Good night, Sherry Van. Good night, Sharon. Yeah, I'm getting ready to sign off. It's almost 11:30 here. It's probably, well, where Ruth Lamb is, it would probably be 1:30. Ruth Lamb is 2 hours ahead of me. The East Coast is 1 hour ahead of me. So it's 12:30 on the East Coast. It's 11:30 here. But I just had fun doing this. Look at where it puddled in there. Let me soak a little of that up. It will dry lighter, but I don't know about that puddle. Let's see if I can. Whoops. That's not what I want. Let's just see if I can't. Well, that's not what I want. Let's do that and hit it with some spray again. There. All right. Is that what I want? I guess I'm going to leave it and be happy. If I don't like it, I'll give it another spray tomorrow. I will see you. Don't forget, Janet Nash is on at 9 Eastern. Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 11 Eastern. Janet Young comes on at 1 Eastern. Lisa, if she streams, will be on at 2 Central tomorrow. The afternoon, you guys are going to have to work out yourself because I forget who's on all afternoon. Because I don't watch on Monday afternoons. Tuesday morning, I'll be back at 4:30 in the morning. Oh, there's Lori. Thank you, Pink Girly. She says good night. I guess she didn't say that's nice. She said good night. Good night, everybody. Have a great week. Don't forget, go out and enjoy the beauty of the world. There's so much out there to enjoy. Good night.